Naruto Uzumaki ran as fast as his legs could carry him, ignoring the stinging sensation in his chest from lack of breath. The villagers behind him were relentless tonight, chasing him with their usual hateful shouts and insults. This had become a normal part of his life, being hunted like an animal. Ever since he could remember, the people of the village looked at him with disdain, treating him as though he didn't belong. Monster! Get him before he does something! Their voices echoed through the dimly lit streets of Konoha. The festival that had brought cheer and laughter to others was nothing but a reminder to Naruto of how isolated he was. Every year, on this day, the villagers' hatred seemed to intensify, as if they remembered the reason they despised him. He didn't understand why. No one had ever told him the truth about the nine-tailed fox sealed within him. Only that he was different, and that difference made him a target. A rock flew past his head, barely missing him, followed by a kunai that embedded itself into a tree nearby. Naruto gritted his teeth and pushed forward, veering off the main road and into the forest surrounding the village. The trees became a blur around him as he darted through the woods, trying to shake off the mob. He slipped, tripping over a root, and fell face first into the dirt. Panting heavily, he pushed himself up, his hands trembling. His body ached from the exhaustion and the bruises he had accumulated over time. But his heart hurt even more. Why? He whispered to himself. Why do they hate me so much? His vision blurred as tears formed in his eyes. And for a moment, he lay still, wondering if it would be better to just stop. Maybe if he stopped running, they would finally leave him alone. But no, they would never stop. Naruto knew this. The only thing keeping him going was his will to survive and his dream of becoming Hokage one day. A dream that felt more and more distant with each passing day. Suddenly, the air around him grew cold. Unnaturally so. The forest, once filled with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant crickets, fell into an eerie silence. Naruto felt something stir deep inside him. A presence so foreign yet familiar that it made his heart race in a new way. What? Naruto's eyes widened as he sat up, looking around the forest. He felt something pulling him, a strange sensation that seemed to come from within his own chest. Before he could fully process it, the shadows around him began to shift. They moved unnaturally, coiling and twisting as if alive. Naruto's breath hitched, panic rising in his throat as the darkness around him started to gather, slowly but surely. Around his body, the sensation wasn't painful, but it was disorienting, like something ancient and powerful was stirring within him. Naruto's heartbeat quickened as he tried to stand, but his legs refused to move. The shadows engulfed him, wrapping around his body like tendrils of ink. His mind was a whirl of confusion and fear. What was happening? Why was the darkness clinging to him? Was this another attack? No. This is something else, he whispered, his eyes darting around. Then, a voice cut through the silence, deep and commanding. Oi, kid. Naruto flinched, looking around wildly. Who's there? I don't have time for a long introduction. Brat. You got my power now. The power of darkness itself. Naruto's eyes widened, confusion twisting his expression. What do you mean? Who are you? The voice chuckled, low and rough, like someone who had been through countless battles and came out the other side stronger. You can call me Yami. Yami Sukehiro. And you, well, it looks like you're the next one in line to wield my dark magic. Naruto's confusion deepened, but before he could ask anything more, the darkness around him surged, and a strange sensation coursed through his body. It was as if a gate had opened within him, a well of power so deep and ancient that it made the chakra he had known his whole life feel insignificant. You got a raw deal, kid. Yami's voice echoed in his mind. These villagers, they hate you. Don't they? But you survived. Just like I had to. The world's unfair like that. Naruto's fists clenched, his body trembling as the dark energy swirled within him. It was unlike anything he had felt before. It wasn't chakra, but something else entirely. It felt heavier, more primal. The shadows responded to his emotions, moving in rhythm with the anger and sadness bubbling up inside him. You're not alone anymore. Yami's voice continued, firm but almost reassuring. From now on, you can fight back. Naruto's vision cleared, and he felt the weight of the darkness surrounding him lessen. Slowly, he stood, his body buzzing with a newfound strength. The shadows had receded, but he could still feel them lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for his command. Dark magic. Naruto murmured, his hands trembling as he stared at them. The concept of magic was foreign to him. He was a ninja, someone who used chakra to mold techniques. But this was something else entirely. It felt natural, as if the shadows had always been a part of him. As he processed what was happening, the mob of villagers finally caught up, bursting into the clearing. Their faces were twisted with hatred, their weapons raised, ready to strike the boy who had been the focus of their scorn for years. There he is. End it tonight. Naruto's heart pounded in his chest. But instead of the usual fear that gripped him in moments like this, something else bubbled up inside. It was anger, but also something darker, something colder. He wasn't going to run anymore. As the first villager lunged at him with a kunai, Naruto instinctively raised his hand, and the shadows responded. Dark tendrils shot out from the ground, coiling around the villager's arm and pulling him back violently. The man cried out in shock as the kunai slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. The rest of the mob hesitated, their eyes widening in confusion and fear. Naruto's hands trembled, the dark energy coursing through his veins. He had no idea what he was doing, but the power, Yami's power, seemed to act on its own, guiding him. Get away from me! Naruto shouted, his voice carrying an authority that was foreign even to him. More shadows erupted from the ground, forming a barrier between him and the villagers. The dark tendrils writhed and pulsed, creating an impenetrable wall that the villagers dared not cross. Their anger quickly gave way to fear, and they stumbled back, eyes wide with disbelief. What is this monster? He's using some kind of demon power. Naruto's chest heaved as he stared at them from behind his dark shield. He felt an overwhelming sense of control, of power that he had never experienced before. The fear that had once dominated his life was slipping away, replaced by something else, something that made him feel invincible. Yami's voice echoed in his mind again, calmer this time. Not bad, kid. But don't let the power get to your head. Dark magic isn't something you can mess around with. You got to control it, or it'll control you. Naruto nodded, though he wasn't entirely sure how to respond. His heart was still pounding, and his mind was racing with questions. What was this dark magic? Why did he have it now? Who was this Yami Sukehiro? And why had his voice appeared in Naruto's mind? Before Naruto could think of answers, the villagers scattered, too frightened to stay. The shadows around Naruto receded, slowly sinking back into the ground. Naruto stood alone in the clearing, panting heavily, his hands still shaking from the rush of power. For the first time in his life, Naruto didn't feel helpless. He didn't feel like a victim. The darkness within him pulsed quietly, like a steady heartbeat, reminding him that he had changed. He had become something different. Yami's voice faded, but his last words lingered in Naruto's mind. Now, it's up to you to figure out how to use that power, Brett. Don't let anyone push you around anymore. Naruto clenched his fists, his gaze hardening. The darkness inside him was a mystery, but for the first time in his life, he had the power to fight back, and he was going to use it. Naruto stood in the clearing for what felt like hours, his breath still heavy, his mind racing. The shadows around him had receded, and with them, the tension that had gripped his heart loosened. But the sensation of power, the strange presence within him, lingered. It was almost as if Yami was still there, silently watching, waiting for him to move. His hands clenched and unclenched, the remnants of dark energy flickering at his fingertips. What had just happened? He had heard voices in his head before, Kurama's dark, rumbling growls when the fox was stirred. But this was different. It wasn't the malicious, hateful presence of the nine tails. Yami felt powerful. Yes, but also strangely calm, grounded in a way that Naruto didn't understand yet. Naruto shook his head, clearing his thoughts. There wasn't time to process everything right now. The villagers had run off, but that didn't mean they wouldn't return. Or worse, tell the Hokage. His stomach twisted at the thought of facing Iruka-sensei or the third Hokage after what had just happened. What would they think? Would they see him as a threat too? One problem at a time? Naruto muttered to himself, rubbing his forehead. I need to figure out what this power is. A part of him wanted to be excited. This was something new. Something strong. But there was also fear. What if he couldn't control it? What if this dark magic was just another burden like the Nine Tails? Something that made people hate him even more? He sighed, looking up at the night sky. The stars twinkled faintly through the canopy of trees. And for a moment, the village felt far away. He could almost pretend he wasn't Naruto Uzumaki, the outcast. Here, in the silence of the forest, he could be anyone. But that thought didn't last long. The reality of the situation was weighing on him. And Naruto knew he couldn't stay here forever. He needed answers. And there was only one place he could think of to start: Iruka-sensei. The next morning, Naruto found himself outside the academy, pacing nervously. The village was quieter than usual, and he could feel the occasional glares from villagers passing by. But something was different. They seemed wary. They whispered amongst themselves, casting cautious glances in his direction. But none of them approached him. The memory of the dark tendrils from the night before sent a chill down his spine. For once, their fear wasn't just because of the Nine Tails. They had seen him wield something even more terrifying. Naruto gritted his teeth. He didn't want to scare them, didn't want to make things worse. But the power inside him had stirred something. He couldn't deny that when the darkness had surrounded him, he had felt strong, stronger than he'd ever felt in his life. Naruto? The voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned to see Iruka-sensei standing in the doorway of the academy, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. Naruto froze, unsure of what to say. Should he tell Iruka about what had happened? About Yami and the dark magic? Hey, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, his voice shaky. I need to talk to you. Iruka frowned, stepping closer. He seemed to sense the tension in Naruto's voice. What's going on? I heard there was some trouble last night. Are you okay? Naruto swallowed hard, his gaze dropping to the ground. I don't know if I'm okay. Honestly. Something happened last night, and I don't really understand it. Iruka's brow furrowed, and he put a hand on Naruto's shoulder, guiding him toward the bench near the academy entrance. Take a deep breath, Naruto. Tell me what happened. Naruto took a deep breath, trying to organize his thoughts. The villagers were chasing me again. He started, his voice low, like they always do. But this time, something was different. When they caught up to me in the forest, I felt this weird power inside me. It wasn't chakra. It wasn't Kurama either. Iruka's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the Nine Tails, but he remained silent, letting Naruto continue. It was like darkness. Shadows. They moved around me, like they were protecting me. And then, there was this voice in my head. A guy named Yami. He said I have his power now. Dark magic. Dark magic? Iruka echoed, clearly confused. Naruto, magic isn't something we use in the shinobi world. Are you sure it wasn't? I'm sure. Naruto interrupted, his frustration bubbling up. It wasn't chakra. And it wasn't the Nine Tails. It was something else. And it was powerful. I used it to stop the villagers from attacking me, but I didn't even know what I was doing. It just happened. Iruka stared at Naruto for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, waiting for Iruka to say something. Anything. He was afraid of what Iruka might think. Would he look at him the way the villagers did now? With fear? But Iruka surprised him. Naruto? You've always been different. You've had the Nine Tails inside you. And you've had to deal with things no other kid your age should have to. If this dark magic is something new, then we'll figure it out together. Naruto blinked, stunned. You believe me? Iruka smiled, though it was tinged with sadness. I've never doubted you, Naruto. And I'm not going to start now. Naruto felt a weight lift from his chest. Iruka's words were like a lifeline, grounding him in the chaos that had erupted in his life. He didn't know what this dark magic was, but he didn't have to face it alone. Thanks, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, his voice quiet. Iruka nodded. We'll talk to the Hokage. Maybe he knows something about this Yami Sukehiro or the power you've awakened. Naruto hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He trusted the third Hokage, and if anyone had answers, it would be him. But as they stood up to head to the Hokage's office, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this power wasn't something that would be so easily explained. Yami had mentioned something about darkness, and it felt like there was more to this story than Naruto had realized. The Hokage's office was quiet as they entered, the third Hokage sitting behind his desk, puffing on his pipe. His eyes were calm. But as he looked at Naruto, there was a flicker of something, concern. Perhaps. Or maybe curiosity. Naruto. Iruka. What brings you here today? The old man's voice was gentle, but there was a weight behind it, as though he knew something was wrong. Iruka stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Hokage-sama, Naruto has experienced something unusual. It seems he's awakened some kind of power, something called dark magic. The Hokage's brow furrowed, and he leaned forward slightly. Dark magic? You say? That's not something we'd typically encounter in the shinobi world. Naruto swallowed, feeling a lump in his throat. Yeah, I don't know what it is. But there was this voice, a guy named Yami Sukehiro. He said the power was his. And now it's mine. The third Hokage's expression remained thoughtful, his eyes studying Naruto carefully. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Yami Sukehiro. I've never heard that name before. But if what you say is true, Naruto, then this power might not be from our world at all. Naruto blinked, confused. Not from our world? What do you mean? The Hokage sighed, leaning back in his chair. There are many mysteries in this world, Naruto. Powers that go beyond our understanding of chakra and the shinobi arts. If this Yami Sukehiro is real, and he's given you his power, then we need to approach this carefully. Naruto's heart pounded in his chest. He had expected the Hokage to have answers, but instead, he was met with more questions. Still, there was something in the Hokage's eyes that gave him hope. This wasn't a dead end. They would figure this out together. What should I do? Naruto asked, his voice quiet. The Hokage looked at him for a long moment, then nodded. For now, you need to train. Learn to control this power. If Yami's dark magic is as dangerous as it sounds, then you must master it before it masters you. We'll gather information, and I'll speak with some of the village elders about this. But until then, Naruto, be careful. Power like this can attract attention, and not all of it will be friendly. Naruto nodded, determination hardening his expression. He didn't know what the future held, but one thing was clear, this dark magic, this strange power inside him, wasn't going away. He had to face it head on. And with Iruka-sensei and the Hokage on his side, he wasn't alone. As he left the Hokage's office, the shadows seemed to stir once again, a silent reminder of the power lurking within him. But Naruto wasn't afraid anymore. He had survived this long, and no matter what came next, he would keep fighting. Yami had given him a gift, and Naruto was going to figure out how to use it. Naruto left the Hokage's office with a sense of resolve, but the weight of uncertainty still hung over him. The world had suddenly expanded beyond the realm of what he understood, and now he was dealing with powers that didn't fit into any shinobi training he'd ever received. Dark magic? Yami Sukehiro? None of this made sense. But the Hokage's words had given him a direction. Train, learn to control the power, and stay cautious. He headed back to the outskirts of the village, to the training grounds where he usually practiced. The clearing was quiet, and the wind rustled through the trees, creating a peaceful backdrop to his restless thoughts. Naruto sighed, rubbing the back of his head. How am I supposed to train something like this? He stretched out his hand, trying to feel the shadows again, trying to summon whatever dark energy had enveloped him last night. But nothing happened. It was like reaching for a kunai that wasn't there. Come on, he muttered in frustration. There was no answer. No surge of power. No sign of Yami's presence. Naruto clenched his fist, staring at the ground. Was it because he didn't understand the power? Or because he was afraid of it? He didn't know. But standing around wouldn't solve anything. Okay. Let's try again, he muttered. This time, Naruto closed his eyes and focused inward. Just like when he'd tried to tap into Kurama's chakra. He thought about the feeling from last night. The dark tendrils of energy wrapping around him. The raw strength coursing through his body. He let that memory flood his senses, trying to recreate the moment. And then, something shifted. A faint pulse. It was subtle, but there. The darkness stirred at the edges of his consciousness. Like shadows flickering in the corners of his mind. Naruto felt his heartbeat quicken as the energy gathered around him again. It was cold, but not in a bad way. More like the cool relief of shade on a hot day. He opened his eyes. And there it was. Black energy, like smoke or shadow, curling around his hands. It felt alive, responding to his will. Naruto grinned, his excitement bubbling up. I did it. He shouted, watching the darkness swirl around him. This is so cool. But as soon as the excitement hit, the shadows flickered and wavered, fading like mist. Naruto's grin faltered as the energy slipped away, leaving him feeling a little drained. Ah, come on. He groaned, shaking his hands like that would somehow bring it back. Don't get cocky, kid. The deep, familiar voice rang through his mind again, startling Naruto. He jumped, looking around. But of course, Yami wasn't physically there. Yami? Naruto asked, unsure if he was talking to himself. Yeah. You got a little taste of the power. But you're far from controlling it. That excitement of yours? It'll make you lose focus. Dark magic isn't like chakra. It's more wild, more instinctive. You gotta learn to feel it. Not just force it. Naruto frowned. Feel it? How do I do that? Yami chuckled, the sound rough and amused. You'll figure it out. You're not an idiot. Even if you act like one. Naruto bristled at the insult but bit back a retort. Yami wasn't wrong. The first time the magic had worked, it had been because Naruto was in a life or death situation. His emotions running high. Maybe that was part of it. The instinct Yami mentioned. Okay. Fine. Naruto muttered. I'll try again. He closed his eyes once more, letting his mind clear. This time, instead of focusing on the memory of the power, he let his senses open up to the world around him. He felt the cool breeze on his skin, heard the rustling of leaves, the distant sounds of the village. And beneath all that, like a current flowing under the surface, he felt the shadows around him, subtle, but present. They were there, waiting, just like Yami had said. Not something to be forced, but something to work with. Naruto extended his hand, palm facing the ground, and this time, he didn't try to control the power directly. Instead, he reached out with his awareness, like dipping his hand into a stream. The darkness responded, flowing up from the ground and wrapping around his arm in soft, curling tendrils. His eyes snapped open, and there it was again, the shadowy energy swirling around him. Stronger this time, more stable. Whoa! Naruto breathed, watching it move. The shadows felt like a part of him now, like an extension of his will. But before he could get too excited, he felt something else, a shift in the air, a presence. His senses sharpened, and he spun around just in time to see someone stepping out from the trees. Sasuke. The dark-haired Uchiha stood with his hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. His sharp eyes were locked onto Naruto, specifically the dark energy coiling around him. What the hell is that? Naruto. Sasuke's voice was low, his tone more curious than accusatory. Naruto flinched, startled by Sasuke's sudden appearance. He hadn't heard him approach. But more than that, he hadn't expected anyone to see this. Especially not Sasuke. Well, Naruto stammered, the shadows flickering slightly as his concentration wavered. Sasuke took a step closer, his gaze intense. That's not chakra. Nope. It's not. Naruto muttered, rubbing the back of his head awkwardly. It's something new. Something I got recently. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. What do you mean? Something you got? Since when can you use that kind of power? Naruto swallowed, unsure how much to explain. Sasuke wasn't exactly his enemy, but they weren't exactly best friends either. And knowing Sasuke, he would be suspicious, maybe even jealous, if Naruto suddenly had access to a power he couldn't understand. It's a long story, Naruto finally said, trying to sound casual. But it's kinda like magic. Dark magic. Sasuke's eyes widened just a fraction. But he didn't move. Magic? He repeated, the disbelief clear in his voice. What are you talking about? Naruto shrugged, trying to play it off. Yeah. I didn't believe it at first either. But there's this guy, Yami, and you're not making any sense. Sasuke interrupted, his voice sharp. He stepped even closer, his gaze now scrutinizing the dark energy still hovering around Naruto's hand. What did you do to get this power? You're not the type to suddenly learn some ancient technique. Naruto bristled. But he couldn't blame Sasuke for being suspicious. If their roles were reversed, Naruto would probably be just as curious and skeptical. I didn't do anything. Okay. Naruto shot back, his frustration bubbling up. It just happened. I didn't ask for this. But now I've got it. And I'm trying to figure it out. Sasuke was silent for a moment, his expression unreadable. Then, without warning, he activated his Sharingan, the red eyes glowing with sharp intent. Prove it, Sasuke said, his voice challenging. Naruto blinked. Prove what? Prove that this power isn't just some trick. Show me what you can do with it. Sasuke's eyes gleamed, and Naruto could feel the tension in the air shift. Naruto hesitated. He wasn't sure if he was ready for a fight. But at the same time, he knew Sasuke wouldn't back down from a challenge. If he didn't show Sasuke what this dark magic could do, the Uchiha would keep pressing him, and Naruto didn't feel like dealing with Sasuke's endless questioning. Fine, Naruto muttered, his resolve hardening. You want to see what I can do? Let's go, Sasuke. He took a deep breath, letting the shadows rise around him once more. This time, they responded faster, swirling around his body like an aura of black smoke. The ground beneath his feet darkened, and the air around him seemed to grow colder. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his Sharingan analyzing every movement. He was ready, waiting for Naruto to make the first move. Naruto grinned, despite the tension. All right, Sasuke. Let's see if you can keep up with this. And with that, Naruto charged forward, the shadows exploding around him in a surge of dark energy, his newly awakened power roaring to life. Naruto dashed forward, his fists cloaked in the swirling darkness. The speed at which he moved surprised even himself, his body feeling lighter, faster, like the shadows themselves were carrying him toward Sasuke. His instincts were sharper, as though the magic was enhancing not just his power but his reaction time as well. Sasuke didn't flinch. His Sharingan spun, analyzing Naruto's movements, and in a flash, he sidestepped the attack. Naruto's fist slammed into the ground where Sasuke had been standing, and to his shock, the impact sent a wave of dark energy pulsing outward. The earth cracked, and shadows spread from the point of impact like an infection, devouring the light in the area. Damn, Naruto muttered under his breath. He hadn't expected that much power. Sasuke jumped back, his eyes wide with shock for just a brief moment. But he quickly regained his composure, his Sharingan glowing more fiercely. That's different, Sasuke admitted. But don't think you can win with brute force alone. Naruto grinned, wiping the dust from his face. I don't need to win, Sasuke. I just need to show you that I'm not the same old me. Before Sasuke could reply, Naruto extended his hand, and the shadows responded, stretching towards Sasuke like tendrils of living darkness. They moved fast, much faster than Sasuke anticipated, and for a second, he hesitated, watching the strange energy lurch toward him. Too slow, Naruto shouted as the tendrils aimed to wrap around Sasuke's legs. But Sasuke wasn't caught off guard for long. With a quick flick of his wrist, he weaved hand signs, and in an instant, a wall of flames erupted between him and the shadows. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. The fire roared, pushing the shadows back. The dark tendrils hissed, retreating in the face of the intense heat. But they didn't disappear entirely. Instead, they coiled around Naruto's body protectively, forming a barrier between him and the flames. Naruto laughed, feeling the power surge through him. Not bad, Sasuke. But fire isn't going to be enough this time. He pushed forward through the wall of fire, the shadows shielding him from the brunt of the heat. Sasuke's eyes widened as Naruto emerged from the flames unscathed, his dark aura crackling with energy. Sasuke leapt back, landing on a nearby tree branch, his Sharingan spinning faster. "You've got more control over it than I thought," he muttered, mostly to himself. Naruto crouched low, preparing for another charge. "I've still got a long way to go. But this power, it's different from chakra. It's like I'm tapping into something raw, something primal." Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "Then let's see just how far you can take it." Before Naruto could react, Sasuke activated his Chidori. Lightning crackled around his hand, the high-pitched whine of the technique filling the air. His Sharingan locked onto Naruto's every move. And in the blink of an eye, Sasuke launched himself forward. Naruto's eyes widened as Sasuke closed the distance, his Chidori aimed directly at his chest. Instinctively, Naruto raised his arms, and the shadows responded, forming a dense barrier around him. Boom! The collision sent a shockwave through the clearing, the force of Sasuke's Chidori meeting Naruto's dark magic shield. Sparks of lightning danced across the surface of the shadows, but the barrier held. Though barely, Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling the intense pressure from Sasuke's attack. "I'm not done yet," Naruto yelled, pushing back with all his might. The shadows pulsed in response, and with a surge of energy, they exploded outward, sending Sasuke flying backward. Sasuke flipped in mid-air, landing gracefully on his feet, but his eyes were wide with shock. "That power, it's more than just defense." Naruto stood tall, the shadows now swirling around him in a fierce storm. "Told you, Sasuke. I'm not the same anymore. This power, it's like it's a part of me." Sasuke wiped the sweat from his brow, his Sharingan still fixed on Naruto. "But how far can you take it, Naruto? Can you control it? Or is it controlling you?" Naruto paused, his expression growing serious. That was the question, wasn't it? This power felt incredible, but there was a wildness to it, something dangerous lurking beneath the surface. He could feel it, the temptation to let the darkness take over, to give in to the raw strength and let it consume everything in its path. But that wasn't who he was. "I control it," Naruto said firmly. "I'm not gonna let it take me over. I'll use it to protect everyone, not destroy everything in sight." Sasuke didn't respond immediately, his Sharingan scanning Naruto's face for any sign of doubt. Then, slowly, he deactivated his Sharingan and let his stance relax. "That's good to hear," Sasuke said, a hint of a smirk forming on his lips. "Because if you lost control, I'd have to stop you myself." Naruto chuckled, the tension in the air finally breaking. Yeah, like you'd ever be able to take me down." Sasuke rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Instead, he glanced at the shadows still swirling around Naruto. "You're gonna need more than just brute strength if you want to control that power fully. Dark magic, it's dangerous." Naruto nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of what this power meant and how he could master it. Yami's voice echoed in his head, reminding him that this was only the beginning. He had a lot to learn, and the road ahead wasn't going to be easy. But for the first time in a long while, Naruto felt like he was ready for the challenge. This power wasn't just a curse, it was an opportunity. And he was going to make the most of it. As the sun began to set behind the trees, casting long shadows across the clearing, Naruto looked toward the horizon with determination burning in his eyes. "I'll figure this out," he whispered to himself. "And when I do, I'll protect everyone." With Sasuke by his side, watching him closely, Naruto knew that this was just the start of a new chapter in his journey. A chapter filled with new challenges, new enemies, and new allies. But no matter what came next, he was ready. Because now, with the power of Yami Sukehiro's dark magic in his hands, Naruto was stronger than ever. The air was thick with tension as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the training ground in an eerie twilight. The swirling shadows around Naruto seemed to blend into the growing darkness, making him appear almost otherworldly. Sasuke stood a few feet away, arms crossed, his expression unreadable as he watched Naruto closely. The battle, if it could be called that, had ended in a draw. But something had shifted between them. This power Naruto now wielded was nothing like the chakra-based techniques they were both used to, and Sasuke knew it. Naruto exhaled deeply, releasing the dark magic back into the void. The shadows dissipated, leaving only the cool night air. He ran a hand through his wild blonde hair, feeling a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. This new power, Yami Sukehiro's dark magic, had opened doors he didn't even know existed. But it also came with a weight he could barely comprehend. "You've changed," Sasuke finally said, his voice cutting through the silence. Naruto shrugged. "Guess so." Sasuke's eyes narrowed. "It's not just the power. You got something else going on. There's a different energy about you now." Naruto wasn't sure how to respond. He felt different, but not in the way Sasuke probably thought. This magic wasn't just about strength or speed. It was about something deeper. Something rawer. He could feel it, lurking beneath the surface. A potential that scared him a little. "Look, I'm still me. Okay," Naruto said, turning to face Sasuke. "Yeah, this dark magic is weird. And yeah, I still don't fully get it. But I'm not gonna let it change who I am." Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "You say that now, but power like this, it can change people. Make them lose sight of what matters." Naruto frowned, thinking about Sasuke's words. He wasn't wrong. He'd seen what power could do to people. Sasuke himself had been consumed by the desire for more strength not long ago, and Naruto had been chasing him ever since. The fear of losing control, of becoming someone else because of the power, was real. But Naruto wasn't like that. He'd always fought to protect the people he cared about, and that wasn't going to change now. "I get it," Naruto said, his tone serious. "I know what it's like to want power. I know how easy it is to get lost in it. But this," he held up his hand, watching as a small flicker of darkness appeared and then vanished. "I'm not going to let it control me. I'll figure it out. And I'll make it work for me. Not the other way around." Sasuke regarded him for a long moment before nodding. "Just don't forget who you are, Naruto. You've got a lot more than just power going for you." Naruto grinned, his usual confidence returning. "Yeah, I've got guts and good looks too." Sasuke rolled his eyes but didn't argue. Instead, he turned, his Sharingan fading back into his normal dark eyes. "I'm heading back. You should get some rest. We've got a mission tomorrow. And I'd rather not have to carry you if you're too tired to keep up." Naruto's grin widened. "As if you could carry me. I'll be the one saving your butt like always." Sasuke gave a small smirk before leaping into the trees, his silhouette vanishing into the growing night. Naruto stood alone for a moment, the silence settling in. He glanced down at his hand again, flexing his fingers as if expecting the shadows to reappear on command. Nothing happened, but the memory of that raw power lingered in his mind. "Yami," Naruto muttered under his breath. He wasn't sure what the connection was with this mysterious man who had given him the dark magic, but he knew it wasn't a coincidence. There was something bigger going on, and he was right in the middle of it. As he started walking back toward the village, his thoughts drifted to what the future held. With this new power, everything had changed. He couldn't ignore it or pretend it didn't matter. The path ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Naruto Uzumaki wasn't going to let any power, no matter how dark, change who he was. The next morning came quickly, the dawn light spilling over Konoha, chasing away the remnants of the night's shadows. Naruto met up with Sasuke and Sakura at the village gates, where they were scheduled for a mission outside the village. It was a routine C-rank mission: escort a merchant caravan to the neighboring town. But for Naruto, it was the perfect opportunity to test his newfound abilities in real-world situations. As the team gathered, Kakashi arrived, his usual laid-back demeanor in place as he lazily flipped through his latest book. "Ah, everyone's here. Good. Let's get going." Naruto's attention drifted as they began their trek through the woods. He was too focused on the energy humming beneath his skin, the dark magic that felt so foreign yet familiar at the same time. How would it work in a real fight? Could he control it under pressure? "Naruto, stop daydreaming," Sakura scolded, snapping him back to the present. "We've got a mission to focus on." Yeah, Naruto muttered, though his thoughts were still elsewhere. The mission proceeded smoothly for the first part of the day. The merchant they were escorting was a talkative older man, constantly thanking the team for their protection. Though no threats had appeared, the path was quiet, the sun shining brightly overhead as they walked through the dense forest. But Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. And then, it happened. The air grew colder, and the forest, which had been filled with the sounds of birds and insects, suddenly went eerily silent. Naruto's senses flared, his instincts screaming at him that danger was near. "Everyone, stop," Kakashi ordered, his voice calm but firm. His one visible eye scanned the area, and Naruto could see his body tense. "We're not alone." Naruto's hand instinctively reached for a kunai. But before he could draw it, a figure emerged from the trees, a rogue shinobi. His forehead protector slashed, marking him as a missing nin. Well, what do we have here?" the rogue said, his voice dripping with malice. "An easy target." Before Naruto could react, more figures appeared from the shadows, surrounding them. There were 5 of them in total, all wearing the same slashed headbands, their eyes gleaming with hostile intent. Kakashi stepped forward, his body relaxed but his stance ready for battle. "Stay close to the client," he told his team, his tone serious. "This won't take long." Naruto felt the shadows within him stir, the dark magic reacting to the threat. He clenched his fists, his pulse quickening. This was his chance. He could feel the energy bubbling just below the surface, waiting to be unleashed. "Watch out," Sakura shouted as one of the rogues rushed at them, brandishing a sword. Naruto didn't hesitate. He stepped forward, his hand raised as the shadows sprang to life around him. Dark tendrils shot out from his body, wrapping around the rogue before he could reach them. The man's eyes widened in shock as the shadows constricted him, lifting him off the ground. "And Naruto?" Sakura gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. Naruto's own eyes blazed with determination. The power coursed through him, responding to his will, and for the first time, he felt in control. He tightened his grip on the shadows, and the rogue was thrown back, crashing into a tree with a sickening thud. The rest of the enemies froze, their confidence wavering as they saw what Naruto had done. "You want some too?" Naruto shouted, his voice filled with newfound strength. The shadows around him swirled like a living storm, dark and dangerous. For the first time, Naruto felt like he had control over the dark magic. And this was only the beginning. The other rogue shinobi exchanged uneasy glances as Naruto stood at the center of their formation, the swirling darkness around him an unsettling sight. His usual bright, carefree aura was gone, replaced by a cold, shadowy presence that unnerved even his teammates. The power of Yami Sukehiro's dark magic made him look almost like a different person, someone more dangerous, more unpredictable. "Naruto," Kakashi called out, his one visible eye narrowing. "Don't lose control." Naruto blinked, snapping out of the haze of power that had overtaken him. He glanced down at his hands, the dark tendrils still writhing like living creatures. For a moment, the thrill of power had overtaken him. But Kakashi's words grounded him. He clenched his fists, and the shadows reluctantly receded, though they still hovered around him, eager to strike again. "I'm fine, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, his voice steady but filled with a new sense of confidence. "I've got this." One of the remaining rogues stepped forward, trying to mask his fear with a sneer. "You think some parlor tricks will scare us? We've faced worse." Naruto's blue eyes locked onto the man, his determination unwavering. "Parlor tricks? Huh?" He raised his hand, and in an instant, the shadows surged forward again, faster than the rogue could react. They wrapped around his arms and legs, immobilizing him. The man struggled, but it was futile. The shadows were too strong, too absolute. Naruto pulled his arm back, and with a flick of his wrist, the rogue was flung through the air, crashing into another one of his comrades. The two shinobi tumbled across the ground, groaning in pain as they tried to regain their footing. Sasuke watched from the side, his Sharingan spinning, analyzing Naruto's movements. He had to admit, this new power was impressive. The precision with which Naruto controlled the shadows, the sheer strength behind each attack. It was nothing like the Naruto he knew. But it also wasn't quite the Naruto he had grown up with. This darkness, this raw energy, it was foreign. And it made Sasuke uneasy. Sakura stood by the merchant, her eyes wide with both awe and fear. Is that really Naruto? Kakashi, who had been observing the situation carefully, stepped forward. Focus on protecting the client. Sakura. Naruto can handle this. The remaining 2 rogue shinobi, now aware of the threat they faced, decided to act. One of them formed hand signs quickly, his hands glowing with chakra as he prepared a large-scale jutsu. Earth-style. Earth Dragon Jutsu. A massive dragon-shaped construct of rock and dirt erupted from the ground, its mouth opening wide as it surged toward Naruto and his team. The other rogue took advantage of the distraction and dashed toward the merchant, his kunai drawn, aiming to take out the target before Kakashi or the others could stop him. Naruto, get ready. Kakashi called, his Sharingan already activated as he prepared to intercept the rogue. But Naruto didn't need the warning. His eyes were focused on both threats, and the shadows reacted instantly. He threw his arms out to the sides, and 2 massive tendrils of darkness shot forward. One wrapped around the Earth Dragon, crushing it mid-flight and reducing it to rubble, while the other intercepted the rogue charging at the merchant, slamming him into the ground before he could get close. Not on my watch, Naruto muttered, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of satisfaction and control. The last rogue, the one who had summoned the Earth Dragon, took a step back, fear finally creeping into his expression. He glanced at his fallen comrades, all incapacitated by the strange, shadowy power Naruto wielded with such ease. Why you? What are you? The rogue stammered, disbelief coloring his voice. Naruto took a step forward, his shadow still swirling around him. But this time, he didn't attack. He could see the fear in the man's eyes, and for a brief moment, he remembered what it felt like to be powerless, to be afraid. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, he said quietly, his voice steady and calm. And I don't give up. Not on myself. And not on my friends. The rogue, too terrified to fight back, collapsed to his knees, surrendering without another word. Kakashi approached from behind, tying the man up quickly and efficiently. Good work, Naruto, Kakashi said, his tone neutral, but there was a glint of approval in his eye. You've come a long way. Naruto let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. The dark magic still pulsed beneath his skin, but he felt more in control now, more aware of how to use it without letting it consume him. Sasuke approached slowly, his eyes still sharp. You handled that well. But don't get too cocky. That power isn't like normal chakra. It could backfire if you lose control. Naruto met Sasuke's gaze, the usual spark of competition flashing between them. I know. But I'm not gonna let it control me. I'll figure it out. Sakura finally relaxed, letting out a sigh of relief as the danger passed. Naruto. That was amazing. But also kind of terrifying. Naruto scratched the back of his head, his grin returning. Yeah. I guess it is a little scary. Huh? Kakashi gave Naruto a serious look, his expression thoughtful. You've unlocked something powerful, Naruto. But it's important to remember that power without control is dangerous. You've only just begun to understand it. Naruto nodded. I know, sensei. I'll keep training. I won't let it get the better of me. The group began to move again, their mission complete. But the atmosphere had changed. Naruto, though still the same loud and enthusiastic ninja they all knew, now carried an air of mystery, a darkness that wasn't there before. The power of Yami Sukehiro was something entirely new to this world, and Naruto had only scratched the surface of what it could do. As they walked through the forest, Naruto couldn't help but glance down at his hands, flexing his fingers as he felt the dark magic stir within him. It was thrilling, but also dangerous. Yami's voice echoed in his mind again, reminding him that this power came with a price. Control was key, but so was understanding the true nature of darkness. I won't lose myself, Naruto whispered to himself, his resolve firm. No matter how strong I get, I'm still me. I'm still Naruto Uzumaki. And with that promise to himself, he continued on. ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead with the power of Yami's dark magic on his side. As Naruto and the rest of Team 7 continued their journey, the mood in the group was subdued. The power Naruto had displayed left everyone deep in thought. Even the normally carefree Kakashi. The dark magic, so different from chakra, had brought a new dynamic to the team, and each of them wrestled with what it might mean for their future missions. After several hours of walking, they reached the town where the merchant's delivery was to be made. The handoff went smoothly, and the merchant thanked them profusely before disappearing into the bustling streets. With the mission officially complete, the team was ready to head back to Konoha. "Let's rest up for the night and return tomorrow morning," Kakashi suggested. Looking at the fading sun, "No need to rush back when we can get a fresh start." Sasuke and Sakura agreed without protest, though Sasuke's eyes flicked briefly toward Naruto, as if still gauging him. Naruto, however, was distracted. The dark magic was still pulsing within him, whispering to him like a voice just out of earshot. It wasn't like Kurama's presence. It was something colder, more ancient, but equally powerful. The group found a small inn to stay in, each of them retreating to their rooms for the night. Naruto lay on his futon, staring at the ceiling as the events of the day played over in his mind. The way the shadows had obeyed him so effortlessly. How they had protected his team and stopped the enemy. It was exhilarating. But there was something else, too. A feeling he couldn't quite shake off. Was this what Yami felt like? Naruto wondered. He recalled the image of the man, standing tall with his sword, controlling the darkness like it was an extension of himself. Naruto was far from mastering it, but it had responded to him today in a way that was both empowering and unsettling. As the night wore on, Naruto tossed and turned, unable to fully relax. Eventually, the pressure inside him grew too much. He needed to understand this power better. He needed to test it. Slipping out of bed, Naruto left the inn and quietly made his way to the outskirts of town, where an empty field stretched out under the stars. The cool night air did little to calm his nerves. But at least out here, he wouldn't have to worry about accidentally hurting anyone. Standing in the middle of the field, Naruto closed his eyes and focused inward, trying to summon the shadows again. At first, nothing happened. But then, slowly, he felt the familiar pull, the darkness rising up from within him. His breath quickened as the shadows began to swirl around him, faster and faster, until they became a tangible force, surrounding him like a cloak of night. Naruto raised his hand, watching as the shadows coiled around his arm like living serpents. They moved with his will, twisting and shifting with each small movement of his fingers. It felt natural, almost too natural. And that was what scared him. This power, it was like a part of him, but also separate. Like a sleeping giant he had only just awakened. "All right," Naruto muttered to himself. "Let's see what you can really do." He took a deep breath and extended both hands outward. The shadows responded immediately, expanding outward in all directions, forming long tendrils that snaked through the air. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them shooting toward a nearby boulder, the dark tendrils smashing into it with enough force to crack the stone. Naruto grinned, feeling the thrill of control. But as he continued to push the dark magic, something shifted. The shadows began to move faster, more erratically. They twisted and writhed in ways that felt unfamiliar, as though they were pulling away from his control. A sudden chill ran down his spine as the tendrils stretched further, sinking into the ground and spreading like dark roots, consuming everything in their path. "Whoa! Whoa!" Naruto shouted, trying to reel the magic back in. But the shadows didn't stop. They kept growing, expanding, feeding on his chakra. His heart pounded as he struggled to regain control. But the more he fought, the more the darkness seemed to slip away from him. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, deep and authoritative. It was Yami. "You still don't understand, do you, kid? Dark magic isn't something you control with brute strength. It feeds on your emotions, your will. You want more power? You'll get it. But only if you can keep your mind sharp." Naruto gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowing in determination. He focused harder, clearing his mind, pushing away the fear and the excitement. The shadows slowed, responding to his calm, until finally, They began to retract, pulling back toward him like a wave receding from the shore. With a deep breath, Naruto collapsed to his knees, the dark tendrils disappearing back into the void. His heart was still racing. But he had done it. He had brought the magic back under control. Not so easy after all, he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. He sat there for a moment, catching his breath. Yami's voice had faded, but his words lingered. This wasn't a power that could be wielded recklessly. It required a clear head, a sharp focus. If he wasn't careful, it could consume him. As Naruto stood up, the sound of footsteps behind him made him freeze. He turned to see Kakashi walking toward him, his hands casually in his pockets, but his eyes sharp with understanding. Couldn't sleep either? Kakashi asked, his tone light, though there was no mistaking the concern in his gaze. Naruto scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, something like that. Kakashi stopped a few feet away, his expression unreadable beneath his mask. You're pushing yourself hard, Naruto. That's good. But this power, it's different from anything we've seen. You're going to have to take your time mastering it. Naruto sighed, knowing Kakashi was right. I want to understand it better. It's like it's part of me now. But it feels like it could take over if I'm not careful. Kakashi nodded. That's the danger with power like this. It's not just about strength, it's about balance. You need to keep yourself grounded, or it'll pull you into the darkness. Naruto looked down at his hands, still feeling the echoes of the magic inside him. I know. I won't let it control me. Kakashi smiled, his usual relaxed demeanor returning. I know you won't. You're too stubborn for that. Naruto chuckled, feeling a bit more like himself again. Yeah. Guess you're right. The two stood in silence for a moment, the night air cool against their skin. Then, Kakashi placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Remember, you're not alone in this. We're a team. If things ever get too heavy, you've got us to rely on. Naruto looked up at his sensei, feeling a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the dark magic. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. With that, the two of them headed back to the inn, the darkness of the night slowly giving way to the light of dawn on the horizon. Naruto knew that mastering Yami's power would be a long and difficult journey, but for the first time since awakening it, he felt confident that he could do it. With his friends by his side, and his will stronger than ever, Naruto Uzumaki would conquer the darkness within him and come out even stronger on the other side. Tomorrow, the real training would begin. The sun rose early the next morning, casting a warm, golden light across the small town. As Naruto woke up, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. He could sense the power of Yami's dark magic still swirling within him. But instead of feeling overwhelmed, he felt a determination to master it. He had trained hard for years, and now he was ready to embrace this new challenge. Naruto quickly got dressed, excitement bubbling inside him as he envisioned what today's training would hold. He stepped outside and stretched, breathing in the fresh morning air. It felt invigorating, the promise of a new day fueling his resolve. The streets were already bustling with activity. Merchants called out to customers, and children laughed as they played. As he wandered toward the town's outskirts, he spotted his teammates, Sakura and Sasuke, engaged in a sparring match. Kakashi watched from a distance, leaning against a tree, arms crossed and a smile playing on his lips. Naruto felt a twinge of envy at how easily they trained together. Hey, guys. Naruto called out, waving as he approached. Sakura paused mid-strike, grinning. There you are. We were wondering when you'd join us. Ready for some training? Definitely. Naruto replied, a grin spreading across his face. I want to practice my new powers. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. Your new powers? The dark magic? Yeah. I think I have a better grasp on it now, Naruto said, trying to sound confident despite the lingering uncertainty in his gut. Kakashi straightened, moving closer. Then let's start with some basic exercises. It's important to build your control first before trying anything too advanced. Naruto nodded, eager to get started. He felt the buzz of energy within him, and it was time to let it flow. They moved to an open area just outside of town, a small clearing surrounded by trees. Naruto took a deep breath, focusing inward as he began to summon the shadows once more. The magic surged around him, wrapping him in darkness. But this time, he felt more connected to it, more in control. Good, Kakashi said, watching closely. Now, try to manipulate the shadows into different shapes. Start small. Naruto concentrated, forming the shadows into small tendrils that slithered along the ground like snakes. He imagined them curling and twisting, following his will. The shadows responded, but it took a little more effort than he had expected. Remember, it's about your will, Kakashi encouraged. You have to visualize what you want to create. With that guidance, Naruto focused harder, picturing the tendrils morphing into the shape of a kunai. Slowly, the darkness began to solidify, forming a rough outline of the weapon. A grin spread across his face as he held it up. Look, I did it, he exclaimed. Good job. Sakura cheered, impressed. But can you throw it? Naruto took a moment to visualize the action. He took a step back, aimed at a nearby tree, and threw the shadowy kunai. It sailed through the air, hitting the tree with a dull thud. All right, he yelled, pumping his fist in the air. I can do this. But then, the kunai dissolved back into shadows, fading away into nothing. His excitement wavered as he realized he couldn't maintain the form for long. Focus on maintaining the shape, Kakashi said, his tone encouraging. Try to hold it longer. It's a mental exercise as much as it is a physical one. Nodding, Naruto closed his eyes, concentrating again. He envisioned the kunai in his mind, forcing himself to picture it clearly. The shadows began to shift again, reforming into the kunai. This time, he felt a stronger connection, as if the magic was responding to his will more readily. Keep it up. Sasuke called out. His interest peaked as he observed. You're getting better. Naruto's confidence swelled. He opened his eyes, still focused on the kunai. I can do this, he shouted. And with that affirmation, he threw the kunai again. It sailed through the air and embedded itself into the tree. The shadowy weapon held its form longer this time, staying in place as if it were real. See? I'm getting the hang of it. Naruto beamed, a sense of pride swelling in his chest. Now, try to summon multiple shapes, Kakashi instructed. You can't just rely on one weapon. Naruto nodded, determination setting in. He envisioned creating several kunai this time, each one sharp and deadly. He felt the shadows ripple around him. And as he summoned the weapons, he focused on maintaining their shapes. 3 shadowy kunai materialized before him, hovering in the air, glimmering ominously. Yes, I did it, he shouted, his voice ringing with exhilaration. Now throw them. Sasuke challenged, a competitive spark in his eye. All right, here goes, Naruto declared, and with a swift motion, he launched the 3 kunai at once, aiming for a target tree further back. They shot forward, striking the bark with precision and creating a small cluster of shadowy marks on the trunk. But just as he had done before, the weapons began to fade almost immediately, dissipating back into the darkness. Not bad, but remember to maintain control, Kakashi said, his expression proud yet serious. Try again. Naruto took a deep breath, gathering the energy within him. He felt the magic coursing through his veins, and he focused, visualizing the kunai with every ounce of his determination. The shadows coiled and twisted around him, solidifying into forms of deadly weapons once again. For this time, he muttered to himself, pushing harder. I can do 4. As he summoned the weapons, he felt a slight tugging sensation in his mind, the magic threatening to slip from his control. But he held firm, refusing to give in to the darkness. Stay with me, he commanded. One by one, the kunai formed, each one sharper than the last. He could feel their weight in the air, could almost hear the sound of the blade slicing through it. Perfect, he exclaimed, throwing the kunai once more, watching as they struck the target. But this time, instead of dissipating, they held their form longer, embedding themselves in the tree with a dark energy that flickered like a flame. Naruto let out a whoop of triumph. I did it! I really did it! Nice work, Naruto. Sakura cheered, her eyes shining with admiration. Sasuke smirked, crossing his arms. Not bad for a beginner. Kakashi approached, looking pleased. Now that you have a better grasp on your control, we can start working on more advanced techniques. But remember, it's important to understand the balance between power and control. Got it, sensei? Naruto replied, the fire of determination lighting in his eyes. He felt unstoppable, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. As they continued their training, Naruto experimented with different shapes, feeling the shadows become extensions of himself. With each successful attempt, he felt the bond between himself and the dark magic deepen, a connection that was both thrilling and terrifying. Hours flew by as Naruto trained, and the sun began to set in the horizon, casting long shadows over the clearing. They decided to take a break, sitting in a circle to share some rations and reflect on the day's progress. I can't believe how quickly you adapted to that power, Sakura said, taking a bite of her rice ball. It's incredible. Yeah. Well, I had to catch up to you guys, Naruto replied, a sheepish grin on his face. You two are always so strong. Sasuke smirked. Don't get too cocky. You still have a long way to go. Mastering that power is only the beginning. Naruto nodded, the seriousness of Sasuke's words sinking in. He understood that he couldn't afford to get complacent. We'll work together, Kakashi added, his tone lightening the mood. Teamwork is just as important as individual strength. Remember, the best shinobi are those who can rely on their teammates. As night fell, the stars began to twinkle overhead, and Naruto felt a sense of calm wash over him. For the first time, he truly felt like he could conquer the challenges that lay ahead, both within himself and in the world around him. And as he sat with his friends, he realized that he wasn't just gaining power, he was learning what it meant to be a true ninja. It was about balance, control, and finding strength in those he cared about. With this newfound understanding, Naruto could feel the shadows within him settling, not as a chaotic force, but as a part of himself, his ally in the battles to come. Tomorrow, he would continue his training. Tomorrow, he would take another step forward on the path to mastering Yami Sukehiro's dark magic. And no matter what it took, he would become stronger. Not just for himself, but for his friends, for Konoha, and for everyone he promised to protect. As the evening deepened, Naruto and his teammates finished their meal under the stars. Laughter and chatter filled the air, a stark contrast to the intensity of their earlier training. It felt good to relax, to be surrounded by friends who understood his struggles and aspirations. Hey, Naruto, Sakura said, a curious glint in her eyes. What do you think this dark magic is like? I mean, how does it feel to use it? Naruto leaned back against the ground, gazing up at the constellations. It's different, he began, trying to find the right words. At first, it felt chaotic, like it was trying to consume me. But now, I feel like it's more like a partner. It's powerful, and if I can control it, I think I can do amazing things. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Just don't let it control you. Darkness has a way of consuming people if they're not careful. Yeah, I know, Naruto replied, feeling a slight weight in his chest. I won't let it. I promise. Kakashi watched them quietly, a thoughtful expression on his face. That's the right mindset, Naruto. But remember, with great power comes great responsibility. It's easy to lose yourself in the thrill of strength. Naruto nodded, appreciating the advice. I understand. I want to use this power to protect everyone, not just for myself. I can't let the darkness win. The atmosphere shifted slightly as they discussed the potential consequences of his new abilities. But Naruto was resolute. He would channel the shadows into something constructive, something that would keep his loved ones safe. All right, let's call it a night, Kakashi said, breaking the contemplative mood. We'll train more tomorrow. Get some rest. You'll need it for what's to come. As they made their way back to their respective homes, Naruto felt a swell of determination in his chest. The magic within him was a double-edged sword, but he was ready to wield it. He knew that challenges awaited him, but he wasn't afraid. The following day dawned bright and clear, with a cool breeze sweeping through the village. Naruto woke early, his mind already buzzing with ideas and plans for his training. He could hardly contain his excitement. Today would be different. Today, he would push the limits of his abilities. He headed out towards their training ground, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon arrival, he found Kakashi waiting for him, a scroll in hand. "Good morning, Naruto," Kakashi greeted, rolling the scroll open. "Today, we'll focus on combining your dark magic with your physical abilities. The key is to blend them seamlessly." Naruto nodded eagerly. "What do I need to do?" "First, I want you to practice channeling your magic into your physical attacks. Start with a simple punch, and see if you can infuse it with your shadows." "Got it," Naruto replied, excitement bubbling over. He assumed a fighting stance, focusing on the energy within him. He visualized the shadows swirling around his fist, preparing to strike. With a determined yell, he threw a powerful punch forward, concentrating on summoning the dark energy. To his astonishment, as his fist connected with the air, a wave of shadow erupted around him, enhancing the force of his strike. "Not bad," Kakashi noted, impressed. "But remember, the goal is to have control over the power, not just raw strength. Try again, but focus on maintaining that energy." Nodding, Naruto took a deep breath and steadied himself. He visualized the energy flowing smoothly, rather than erratically. He felt the darkness swirling, and he channeled it into his fist again, throwing another punch. This time, the shadow coalesced into a dense, dark aura around his hand as he struck. The impact sent a ripple through the ground, and he felt a rush of exhilaration. "Now, let's try some kicks," Kakashi instructed. "Incorporate the magic into your legs as well. You'll need a variety of techniques to be effective in battle." Naruto adjusted his stance, focusing on channeling the magic through his legs. He executed a series of kicks, feeling the shadows enhance his movements. With each kick, he felt stronger, faster. It was as if the magic propelled him forward. As the training progressed, Naruto began to string together combinations of punches and kicks, weaving in the dark energy with each movement. The shadows danced around him, creating an impressive display of power and agility. But soon, he felt the toll of his exertion. The shadows began to flicker erratically, and he stumbled slightly, losing his balance. "Easy there," Kakashi cautioned, watching intently. "You're pushing yourself too hard. Remember, balance is key. Take a moment to center yourself." Taking a deep breath, Naruto closed his eyes. He focused on the rhythm of his breath, allowing himself to calm down. He imagined the shadows pooling inside him, settling like a still pond. After a moment, he opened his eyes, feeling more centered. "I'm ready to go again." "Good. Now, let's see how you can integrate your techniques with some basic chakra control. We're going to work on your movement speed while using the dark magic," Kakashi demonstrated, moving swiftly through a series of quick maneuvers. Naruto watched closely, absorbing the information. The goal was to move faster than he had ever done before while maintaining control over his dark energy. "Let's give it a try," Naruto shouted, determination gleaming in his eyes. He took off running, focusing on channeling the shadows into his feet as he sprinted. With each step, he felt lighter, faster, as if the shadows were propelling him forward. He zipped through the training ground, weaving between trees and obstacles with newfound agility. "Good. But don't forget to maintain your presence in the shadows. Use them to enhance your speed," Kakashi called out. Naruto concentrated harder, envisioning the shadows swirling around him, creating a dark trail as he moved. He felt the energy merging with his own chakra, and he pushed himself even further. He darted around the training ground, the magic lifting him higher and faster than ever before. It was exhilarating, and for the first time, he felt like he could truly embrace this power. "Now, let's add some combat," Kakashi said, a hint of a smile on his face. "I'll be your opponent." Naruto's heart raced at the challenge. He was ready to test his skills. Kakashi initiated the spar, and Naruto reacted quickly, channeling the shadows to enhance his movements. He dodged Kakashi's strikes and countered with punches infused with dark energy. The training turned into a thrilling exchange of blows, the air thick with energy as Naruto tapped into his new abilities. He felt alive, the rush of battle feeding his determination. However, he had to remain vigilant. Kakashi's skill was unmatched, and he knew he had to keep his wits about him. The two continued to spar, the ground beneath them shaking with each clash. Naruto focused on utilizing the shadows creatively, using them to throw off Kakashi's timing. After what felt like an eternity, they paused, both breathing heavily. Impressive, Naruto. You've come a long way, Kakashi praised, wiping the sweat from his brow. But remember, power isn't everything. Strategy is just as important. Naruto nodded, the reality of Kakashi's words sinking in. I understand, sensei. I'll keep working on it. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the training ground, Naruto felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him. He had faced challenges, embraced his new power, and learned valuable lessons. This was only the beginning. Days turned into weeks, and with each training session, Naruto grew stronger, both physically and mentally. He honed his control over the shadows, integrating them into every aspect of his combat style. The dark magic felt more like an extension of himself than an outside force. But with each advance, Naruto also felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He had witnessed the darkness that could stem from such power, and he was determined not to let it consume him. One evening, as they finished training, Naruto sat on a hill overlooking Konoha, deep in thought. The village sparkled in the twilight, a beacon of hope amidst the shadows that lurked within him. Sasuke joined him, the two sitting in companionable silence. You've really improved, Sasuke said after a moment. But I can tell you're still struggling with the magic. Don't let it cloud your judgment. I know, Naruto replied, staring out over the village. But I have to learn to control it. I want to protect everyone. That's a noble goal. But don't forget about your friends. We're all in this together, Sasuke reminded him. Naruto nodded, appreciating the support. I won't forget. I'll make sure to use this power for good. For all of us. Good, Sasuke replied, a rare smile breaking through his usual stoic demeanor. Just keep training, and you'll get there. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Naruto felt a renewed sense of purpose. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. With the darkness by his side, he would become the strongest shinobi, not just for himself, but for everyone he cared about. The journey was far from over, but Naruto knew that with hard work and determination, he could master the shadows and become the hero he was destined to be. The days continued to roll by, and with each sunrise, Naruto's determination grew stronger. He poured himself into training, perfecting his mastery of the dark magic he had inherited. Each session with Kakashi and his friends brought new challenges and insights, and Naruto felt more in tune with his abilities. One morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the trees, Naruto arrived at the training ground earlier than usual. He wanted to try something new, something that combined everything he had learned so far. He stood alone in the clearing, feeling the early morning breeze on his face. All right, let's see what you can do, Naruto, he encouraged himself, focusing his chakra and summoning the familiar shadows that swirled around him. First, let's try to create a shadow clone that can also use dark magic, he said to himself, gathering his energy. He formed the hand signs quickly and called out, Shadow Clone Jutsu. As the usual puff of smoke dissipated, two clones appeared beside him, ready to follow his lead. Okay, let's channel our dark magic into our clones, Naruto commanded, feeling the shadows pulsate at his fingertips. The clones nodded, mimicking his movements as they concentrated. Naruto could feel the connection between them deepen as they focused on the shadows. Now, let's try some combos. You guys follow my lead. They began to practice a series of movements together, blending physical attacks with dark energy. Naruto felt exhilarated as they moved in unison, each punch and kick infused with the power of darkness. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through him, causing the shadows to flicker. What's happening? He muttered, feeling a pressure building up inside. Before he could process it, the clones, too, reacted to the surge. The dark aura surrounding them intensified. And a moment later, they launched into a coordinated attack. Let's go! They shouted in unison, the air crackling with energy. Naruto braced himself, surprised but thrilled at their sudden increase in power. The clones executed a series of shadow-infused punches, striking at the air with incredible force. The pressure built, and Naruto felt a sense of unity between them, a connection that transcended mere jutsu. Together, he shouted, raising his fist into the air. Dark Spiral. As he called the name, the shadows enveloped the clones, and they spun into a cyclone of dark energy, spiraling outward. The force of the attack created a small shockwave, knocking back nearby leaves and scattering dirt across the clearing. When the dust settled, Naruto stood wide-eyed, staring at the remnants of their combined attack. "I did it! We really did it!" he exclaimed, grinning at his clones, who mirrored his excitement. Just then, Kakashi arrived, a hint of a smile on his face. "Impressive, Naruto. I see you've made some real progress with your shadow clones." "Thanks, Sensei. I think I can make them stronger," he replied, brimming with enthusiasm. "Strength is important. But remember, control is key," Kakashi reminded him. "You don't want to lose your focus during battle. Let's see how you can apply what you've learned in a sparring match." "Right? I'm ready," Naruto declared, a determined gleam in his eyes. The training continued with a series of sparring sessions, each more challenging than the last. Naruto found himself pushing the limits of his abilities, combining his newfound dark energy with his signature moves. Kakashi watched closely, observing how Naruto adapted and evolved his techniques. "You're becoming more attuned to the darkness. But remember that power without purpose can lead to destruction. Make sure your heart remains true," he said, guiding Naruto through the nuances of using his powers responsibly. As they wrapped up for the day, Naruto felt a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration. Each training session was an opportunity for growth, and he was determined to master the dark magic he had acquired. "Let's meet again tomorrow morning," Kakashi said, ruffling Naruto's hair before heading off. "I want to see how you apply your new skills in combat." "Sure. I can't wait," Naruto replied, feeling the adrenaline coursing through him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Naruto made his way back home, lost in thought. The day's training had solidified his resolve. He was more than just a shinobi, he was becoming a force to be reckoned with, one that could protect his friends and village. Later that night, as he lay in bed, he pondered the nature of the power he wielded. The darkness was both a gift and a burden. He could feel its potential, but he was acutely aware of the thin line between control and chaos. "Tomorrow, I'll train harder," he promised himself. "I'll master this magic and use it to protect everyone." The next day dawned bright and clear, and Naruto arrived at the training ground early, ready to take on whatever challenges Kakashi had planned. He was determined to show his sensei just how far he had come. "Good morning, Naruto," Kakashi greeted him as he arrived, an air of anticipation surrounding him. "Today, we're going to test your abilities against a real opponent. You'll be sparring with Sasuke." Naruto's eyes lit up with excitement. "All right, I'm ready," he declared, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Kakashi stepped back, allowing Sasuke to step forward. "You know how this works. Don't hold back, but remember to control your power. You're both in this to learn." Sasuke nodded, a serious expression on his face. "Let's see what you've got, Naruto," he said, taking his stance. As they squared off, Naruto felt the familiar rush of adrenaline surging through him. He focused on the shadows around him, calling forth the dark energy. He could feel it swirling at his fingertips, ready to be unleashed. "Let's go," he shouted, charging forward. He launched himself at Sasuke, throwing a powerful punch infused with dark energy. Sasuke dodged expertly, countering with a swift kick aimed at Naruto's midsection. Naruto rolled away, narrowly avoiding the attack, and immediately retaliated with a series of shadow-infused jabs. The air crackled with energy as their attacks collided. Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life, tracking Naruto's movements as he executed a series of rapid strikes. Naruto matched his speed, using the shadows to propel himself forward and evade Sasuke's counters. "Impressive, but you're still too predictable," Sasuke called out, launching a fireball jutsu towards him. "Not today," Naruto yelled, summoning the shadows to absorb the flames. The dark energy swirled around him, extinguishing the fire and redirecting it back towards Sasuke. Sasuke dodged just in time, a look of surprise on his face. "So you can use it defensively too. Good to know," he remarked. But Naruto could see the competitive fire igniting in Sasuke's eyes. Naruto pushed forward, using the shadows to create an afterimage that confused Sasuke. "I'm not just playing defense," he shouted, launching a barrage of punches. Sasuke grinned, rising to the challenge. "Bring it on, Naruto," he said, activating his own techniques and countering with precision. The two friends clashed in a whirlwind of energy, each push and pull a testament to their growth. Kakashi watched closely, pleased with how well Naruto integrated his powers into the fight. But as the battle raged on, Naruto began to feel the darkness within him stirring. It was an unfamiliar sensation, a tug at his core that made him hesitate for a moment. "Focus, Naruto," Kakashi shouted, snapping him back to reality. "Don't let it take control." With a deep breath, Naruto re-centered himself. He focused on his goal, to protect his friends. He could feel the darkness retreating, responding to his will. "All right, Sasuke. Time to end this," he yelled, channeling all his energy into one final attack. The shadows coalesced around him, forming a dark spear of energy. "Shadow Spear," he shouted, launching the attack at Sasuke with all his might. Sasuke responded, gathering his chakra for a counterattack. "Chidori," he called out, the familiar crackling sound filling the air as he surged forward. The two attacks collided in a spectacular explosion of energy, sending shockwaves through the training ground. The power of their jutsus created a blinding flash of light, and for a moment, it seemed as if the world stood still. As the dust settled, Naruto and Sasuke stood opposite each other. Panting heavily, both were pushed to their limits. But there was a newfound respect in their gazes. "Not bad, Naruto," Sasuke said, a rare smile breaking through his usual demeanor. "You've really improved." "Thanks, Sasuke. That was awesome," Naruto replied, adrenaline still pumping through him. Kakashi approached them, a proud look on his face. "You both did well, Naruto. Your mastery over the darkness is impressive. But remember, the true challenge lies in controlling it when emotions run high." Naruto nodded, the weight of Kakashi's words sinking in. "I will, sensei. I won't let it control me." "Good. Now, let's keep training. There's still much to learn, and the real challenges are yet to come," Kakashi said, gesturing for them to follow him. As they continued their training, Naruto felt the thrill of growth surging through him. He was no longer just a shinobi. He was a force of darkness and light, ready to face whatever came next. The days turned into weeks, and with each passing day, Naruto found himself growing stronger. The mastery of his dark powers became second nature as he learned to blend them seamlessly with his existing techniques. His relationships with his friends deepened, each sparring session bringing them closer together. But in the shadows, a greater challenge loomed. Whispers of a new threat began to circulate in the Hidden Leaf Village. Rumors of rogue shinobi seeking ancient powers spread like wildfire, and a sense of urgency filled the air. "Something big is coming, and we need to be prepared," Kakashi said one day during a meeting with the other team leaders. "Let's get stronger. Then, we'll be ready for whatever comes our way," Naruto exclaimed, determination lighting up his eyes. As the village prepared for the challenges ahead, Naruto stood firm in his resolve. He had embraced the darkness within him, but he would not let it define him. Instead, he would wield it as a tool to protect those he loved, forging a path forward into the unknown. With his friends by his side, Naruto was ready to face whatever lay ahead. For he was no longer just a boy with dreams. He was a shinobi with the power to change the world. And with each passing day, he would rise to meet that challenge, becoming the hero he was destined to be. As Naruto continued to train and strengthen his abilities, the atmosphere in the Hidden Leaf Village became increasingly tense. Whispers of ominous occurrences beyond their borders filled the air, bringing with them a sense of urgency that Naruto and his friends could not ignore. One evening, after an intense training session, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gathered at their favorite spot near the village's training grounds. The sun was setting, casting an orange glow over the trees, and the trio sat on the grass, taking a moment to relax. Do you think the rumors about rogue shinobi are true? Sakura asked, her brows furrowed in concern. If they're after powerful jutsu or artifacts, we need to be prepared. I've heard some of them are looking for ancient techniques, Sasuke replied, his tone serious. If they're targeting villages to gain more power, we could be in real trouble. Naruto leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Then we need to train even harder. I won't let anything happen to our village or our friends. His resolve burned brightly, igniting a spark in his teammates. I agree, Sakura said, determination in her eyes. We've come a long way, but we can't afford to be complacent. Right? Sasuke nodded, crossing his arms. We should step up our training and maybe even gather intel on these rogue shinobi. The next day, Naruto proposed an intense training regimen, one that would push each of them to their limits. Let's split our sessions into offense and defense. I can practice my dark magic while you two work on strengthening your jutsus. And then we'll switch. Sounds good, Sakura said, her enthusiasm returning. We can help each other improve and get used to working together in different scenarios. Let's do it. Naruto cheered, feeling the excitement building within him. They trained tirelessly, each session bringing new insights and deeper connections between them. Naruto's mastery of his dark powers began to blend more seamlessly with his original jutsu, allowing him to create new and innovative techniques that left Sasuke and Sakura in awe. Try this, Naruto shouted one day as he unleashed a series of shadow clones, each infused with dark energy. The clones began to perform a flurry of attacks that flowed together like a well-rehearsed dance, creating a mesmerizing display of power. Impressive, Sasuke admitted, dodging the clones while throwing a barrage of shuriken, which Naruto effortlessly redirected using his shadows. Now, let's see if I can do this, Sakura called out, focusing her chakra and channeling it into a massive healing jutsu. A green light surrounded Naruto's clones, healing them even as they fought, allowing them to sustain the training longer. Perfect. Keep it going, Naruto encouraged, feeling the synergy between them growing stronger. With this teamwork, we'll be unstoppable. Weeks passed, and their training intensified. Yet, in the shadows, the threat of the rogue shinobi loomed ever closer. Rumors began to circulate that they were gathering in a secluded area just outside of the Land of Fire. Their leader was rumored to possess powerful abilities that rivaled the strongest shinobi in the Hidden Leaf. Kakashi called a meeting with the other team leaders, bringing together key members of the village's defenses. The atmosphere was serious, with a sense of urgency hanging over them. We've received reports that a group of rogue shinobi is planning an attack, Kakashi explained, looking at each member present. We need to strengthen our defenses and gather intelligence on their movements. I can send out some scouts, Shikamaru suggested, his usual laid-back demeanor replaced by a focused intensity. We need to know what we're dealing with before we make a move. Agreed, Kakashi replied. Let's split into teams. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura can gather information closer to their suspected hideout while the rest of us fortify the village. Naruto nodded, determination surging within him. We won't let them get the upper hand. The next day, the trio set out early, armed with their newly honed skills and the resolve to protect their home. As they traveled through the forest, Naruto felt the familiar rush of excitement coursing through him. The thrill of adventure blended with the weight of responsibility, pushing him forward. As they neared the area where the rogue shinobi were rumored to be, Naruto could feel the air shift. Stay sharp, he said quietly, scanning the surroundings. The forest around them was eerily quiet, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy of their village. Every rustle of leaves made Naruto's heart race. Do you think they're already here? Sakura whispered, her eyes darting around. I don't know, but we need to be careful, Sasuke replied, his senses on high alert. They pressed deeper into the woods, each step measured and cautious. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the trees, sending shivers down Naruto's spine. Looks like we have some visitors, a voice called out mockingly, sending a wave of tension crashing over the trio. From the shadows emerged a group of rogue shinobi, their eyes gleaming with malice. The leader, a tall figure cloaked in darkness, stepped forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Well, well, well. The legendary Team 7. What a delightful surprise. Who are you? Naruto demanded, stepping forward, fists clenched. Just a few misguided souls seeking power. The leader replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And you're in our way. We won't let you harm our village. Sakura shouted, her voice steady despite the fear coiling in her stomach. Oh. But it's not just your village we're interested in. We're here to collect what's ours. The leader said, gesturing to the rogue shinobi around him. And you're going to help us. Sasuke stepped forward, his Sharingan flaring. We won't let you take anything. Foolish children. The leader sneered, raising his hand. Let's see how strong you really are. With that, chaos erupted. The rogue shinobi charged forward, their eyes filled with the promise of violence. Get ready. Naruto shouted, channeling his dark energy as he summoned shadow clones, forming an army of warriors at his side. The clash was fierce, Naruto leading the charge as his clones surged forward. He felt the shadows wrapping around him, lending him power as he unleashed a barrage of attacks against the rogue shinobi. Dark Spear, he shouted, hurling a concentrated attack at one of the assailants, who barely managed to dodge. Sasuke leapt into action, using his speed to flank the enemies, sending shuriken flying with pinpoint precision. Focus on the leader, he called out, directing Naruto and Sakura to keep their attention on the one who had instigated the attack. Sakura utilized her healing abilities while simultaneously striking enemies down, her chakra-enhanced punches landing with devastating force. We need to create an opening, she shouted, her eyes fierce with determination. As the fight raged on, Naruto felt a surge of energy building within him. The shadows seemed to respond, swirling around him like a tempest. I can feel it, he thought, channeling the power of Yami Sukehiro that had awakened within him. Dark magic. Shadow frenzy. He roared, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that engulfed the area, scattering the rogue shinobi in all directions. The leader sneered, but a flicker of concern crossed his face. Impressive. But you're still outnumbered. Naruto felt the adrenaline surge through him as he faced the leader. Maybe, but I'm not backing down. With newfound confidence, he charged forward, ready to face the darkness head-on, determined to protect everything he held dear. The battle raged on, each moment a test of strength and resolve. The three of them fought in perfect harmony, their bonds strengthening with every clash. They refused to let the shadows overwhelm them, using their training to adapt and counter the rogue shinobi's attacks. But as the fight progressed, Naruto began to sense a deeper darkness lurking within the leader, a force that resonated with his own abilities. The air grew thick with tension as the rogue leader's dark power began to manifest. Do you really think you can stand against me? The leader taunted, his aura flaring ominously. I have mastered powers you can only dream of. Naruto felt the challenge resonate within him, igniting a fierce determination. We'll see about that, he shouted, channeling everything he had learned into one final attack. With a roar, he gathered the dark energy swirling around him, forming it into a massive sphere of shadow. This ends now. Dark magic. Shadow sphere. The rogue leader raised his hand, ready to counter, but Naruto surged forward, launching the sphere with all his might. The two forces collided in a blinding explosion of energy, sending shockwaves through the forest. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. Naruto felt the darkness within him clash against the malevolence of the leader. It was a battle not just of strength but of wills. Come on, Naruto. Sakura shouted, her voice piercing through the chaos. You can do this. Believe in yourself. Sasuke added, his voice steady despite the overwhelming pressure. Naruto drew strength from their encouragement, focusing on the bonds they had forged through their shared trials. With one final push, he channeled all his energy, allowing the darkness to guide him, not consume him. The explosion roared outward, engulfing the rogue leader in its wake. The shadows twisted and contorted around him, a powerful reminder that darkness could also be a force for good. As the dust settled, Naruto stood tall, breathing heavily but filled with a sense of accomplishment. The rogue shinobi had been defeated, and the village was safe for now. Did we win? Sakura asked, her voice trembling as she caught her breath. Looks like it, Sasuke said, scanning the area for any remaining threats. Naruto grinned, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. We did it. Together. But as they celebrated their victory, a lingering sense of unease settled in Naruto's chest. The battle had been won, but the darkness that had been unleashed today was only a glimpse of what lay ahead. As they made their way back to the village, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The world outside was changing, and with it, new challenges would emerge. He would need to grow stronger, not just for himself but for his friends and the village they had vowed to protect. With the echoes of their victory still ringing in his ears, Naruto vowed to embrace the darkness within him while remaining true to himself. He was not just a vessel for power, he was a shinobi with a heart. And as he looked toward the horizon, he knew that whatever awaited them, he would face it head on, ready to become the hero they all needed. The path ahead was uncertain, but with his friends by his side, Naruto was ready to forge his own destiny. As Naruto and his friends neared the village, the setting sun cast a warm glow over the hidden leaf, but the shadows lurking in the back of Naruto's mind refused to fade. He could feel a new purpose swelling within him, a determination to grow stronger and more resilient against whatever future threats awaited them. The next morning, Naruto gathered with his team at their usual training ground. Feeling the anticipation buzz in the air, Sakura was busy setting up training dummies, while Sasuke was sharpening his kunai, a focused expression on his face. We're going to need to up our game, Naruto declared, looking between them. After that battle, I can't help but feel like this was just a taste of what's to come. Agreed, Sasuke replied, tossing his kunai into the air and catching it effortlessly. We can't afford to be caught off guard again. Sakura nodded, her eyes determined. I'll focus on enhancing my healing abilities. If we face that leader again, we need to ensure we're prepared for anything. Naruto's gaze turned serious as he thought back to the rogue leader and the sinister power he wielded. I want to see if I can tap into my dark magic even further. I need to understand it better, where it comes from and how I can control it. With a renewed sense of purpose, they began their training. Days turned into weeks, and the trio pushed each other to their limits. Naruto experimented with his powers, blending his original jutsu with the dark magic he had acquired from Yami Sukehiro. He created new techniques, like Dark Spiral, a swirling vortex of shadows that could ensnare enemies, and Shadow Blade, a weapon crafted from pure dark energy. Let's see how well you can control that, Sasuke challenged one day. Standing a distance away, I want you to hit that tree without destroying it completely. Alright, here goes. Naruto shouted, channeling his dark energy into the form of a blade. He concentrated, envisioning the blade's power, and launched it at the tree. The blade struck true, embedding itself into the bark but leaving the tree standing unharmed. Not bad. Sakura cheered, clapping her hands. Keep working on it, Sasuke said, nodding in approval. You're getting better. As their training continued, they began to notice changes not just in Naruto's abilities but in their own as well. Sakura's healing skills had grown tremendously, allowing her to mend even the most severe injuries in record time. Sasuke's precision with his Sharingan had improved, and his mastery of elemental jutsu was becoming almost second nature. However, amidst their growth, the unease in Naruto's heart remained. He felt a gnawing sensation that they were being watched, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the rogue shinobi would return. One evening, after an intense training session, the trio sat together, sharing stories and laughing. But the atmosphere shifted when Kakashi appeared, a serious expression on his face. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. He began, his voice steady. I have news. We've received intelligence that the rogue group has been sighted again, and they're gathering more members. What do we do? Naruto asked, the urgency rising within him. We can't let them build their strength. We need to launch a preemptive strike, Kakashi replied. I'm assembling a team to confront them before they can reach the village. I want you three to be part of it. Sasuke crossed his arms, his face serious. We need to scout the area first. We can't just charge in without knowing their numbers or strategy. Right, Kakashi nodded. I want you to gather more intel before we make our move. Use your shadow clones. Naruto. They'll give us the reconnaissance we need. Leave it to me. Naruto grinned, feeling the excitement bubbling inside him. This was their chance to take control and protect their home. The following day, Naruto used his shadow clones to spread out and gather information on the rogue shinobi's location and strength. He was surprised to discover that they were operating from a series of caves in the mountains bordering the Land of Fire. Looks like they're hiding out in a stronghold. He reported back to Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura later that evening. There are at least 20 of them, and they seem to be planning something big. Planning something? Sakura echoed, her voice tinged with concern. What do you think they're after? Power? Obviously. Sasuke replied, his brow furrowing. If they're gathering more members, they could be looking to attack other villages. Kakashi nodded, his expression grave. We need to move quickly then. I'll gather a team of elite shinobi to assist us. Naruto, you'll lead the charge with your shadow clones while Sasuke and Sakura support you. As night fell, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura prepared for their mission, gathering their gear and ensuring they had everything they needed. The atmosphere buzzed with tension and determination. Naruto felt a mix of excitement and apprehension. This was their chance to prove themselves and protect their village. But the stakes were higher than ever. I'll protect you guys, he vowed, glancing at his teammates. We're stronger together, and I won't let anything happen to you. We know, Sakura smiled, a reassuring glint in her eyes. We'll all watch each other's backs. Let's go, Sasuke said, his voice steady. We have a mission to complete. As they traveled toward the rogue shinobi's hideout, the air grew thick with anticipation. The moon shone brightly above, illuminating their path as they neared the caves. Naruto felt the shadows swirling around him, a familiar sensation that both comforted and invigorated him. Once they reached the entrance, Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, centering himself. Let's be cautious. I'll send in some clones to scout ahead. With a wave of his hand, he created a dozen shadow clones, each one darting into the darkness of the cave. Naruto could feel through their connection as they relayed information back to him. There are traps everywhere, one of the clones shouted, narrowly avoiding a hidden pitfall. But the path continues deeper. Stay sharp. Naruto instructed. We'll need to watch our footing. As the clones scouted further, Naruto felt a deep sense of unease. He sensed the lingering energy of the rogue leader from their last encounter, a dark power that twisted through the air like a serpent. The clones reported back, revealing a large gathering of rogue shinobi congregating in a chamber deep within the caves. They're planning something, one clone relayed, his voice urgent. They're chanting some sort of ritual. Ritual? Sasuke echoed, his eyes narrowing. We need to stop them before they can complete it. Let's go. Naruto shouted, adrenaline surging through him. They moved swiftly through the cave, evading traps and using their skills to navigate the darkness. As they neared the chamber, the chanting grew louder, the air vibrating with energy. Get ready, Kakashi instructed, leading the elite shinobi who had joined them. We're going to burst in and disrupt their ritual. Naruto felt the anticipation building, the shadows around him swirling in response to his heightened emotions. Let's show them what we're made of. With a swift motion, they pushed through the cave entrance, bursting into the chamber. The rogue shinobi turned, surprise etched on their faces, but it quickly transformed into malevolence. Naruto Uzumaki, the rogue leader called out, a sinister smile crossing his lips. I was hoping you'd come. You're just in time to witness our ascension. What are you talking about? Naruto demanded, his fists clenched. We're not letting you complete whatever dark ritual you're planning. The rogue leader raised his arms, energy crackling around him. Too late. We're harnessing powers beyond your comprehension. As the rogue shinobi began to chant louder, the dark energy surged within the chamber, swirling around them like a storm. Naruto could feel the intensity of their malevolent intent, and it ignited a fire within him. Dark magic. Shadow surge. He shouted, unleashing a wave of dark energy toward the rogue shinobi. The force struck true, sending several of them sprawling. Stop them, the rogue leader roared, his expression shifting to fury. The clash erupted, rogue shinobi charging forward while Naruto and his team prepared for the fight of their lives. As chaos ensued, Naruto felt the shadows rising, empowering him as he tapped deeper into the darkness within. "We can't let them succeed," he yelled, summoning more shadow clones, their numbers multiplying as they surged forward to combat the rogue shinobi. "Together," Sasuke shouted, unleashing his own jutsu while Sakura channeled her healing chakra to support the team. The energy in the chamber crackled with intensity as they fought to turn the tide. With every strike and maneuver, Naruto felt his power growing, blending seamlessly with his friends' techniques. They were a force to be reckoned with, a trio bound by friendship and determination. But the rogue leader was not easily deterred. "You think you can stop this? I will awaken a power that will make us invincible," he shouted, drawing energy from the dark ritual. In that moment, Naruto felt the shadows swell within him, a beckoning call to embrace the darkness. "No. I won't let you do this," he cried out, summoning his ultimate technique, dark magic. Eclipse. Naruto unleashed a massive wave of dark energy, consuming the chamber in shadow. The rogue leader staggered back, struggling against the overwhelming force. "No!" he bellowed as Naruto's attack engulfed him, shattering the ritual and disrupting the energy that had been building. As the dust settled, Naruto stood panting, adrenaline coursing through his veins. The rogue shinobi were defeated, their plans foiled, but a lingering sense of foreboding echoed in his mind. "We did it!" Sakura shouted, her face beaming with triumph. "Yeah. But we need to stay vigilant," Sasuke reminded them, scanning the area for any remaining threats. "This isn't over yet." As they made their way out of the cave, the sense of accomplishment felt bittersweet. The battle had been won, but the darkness they had confronted was merely a glimpse of the challenges to come. And in that moment, as the moonlight flooded the cave, Naruto understood. He would need to keep pushing himself, to embrace the darkness within and wield it as a tool for protection. He was no longer just a vessel for power. He was a warrior forged in shadow, ready to face whatever lay ahead. With his friends by his side, he knew they could overcome any obstacle. But he also understood the importance of balance, the light and dark coexisting within him. With determination lighting his heart, Naruto took a step forward, ready to carve his own destiny, one filled with challenges, growth, and the unwavering bonds of friendship. Together, they would stand against the encroaching darkness, united in their purpose and unwavering in their resolve. As Naruto and his team emerged from the cave, the cool night air brushed against their skin, a refreshing change after the oppressive heat inside. The stars twinkled overhead, a stark contrast to the dark energies they had just faced. "Let's get back to the village," Kakashi said, looking at the group. "We need to report our findings and prepare for any further threats." "Right," Naruto replied, a sense of urgency fueling his steps. The adrenaline from the fight was beginning to wear off, but the reality of their victory settled in. They had stopped a potentially catastrophic ritual, but he could still feel the echoes of the rogue leader's dark power lingering in his mind. As they made their way back, the atmosphere was a mix of triumph and unease. Sasuke walked beside Naruto, his expression contemplative. "You handled your powers well back there," he remarked, glancing sideways at him. "Thanks," Naruto replied, feeling a swell of pride. It felt different, like I was in complete control. "You mean you embraced the darkness?" Sasuke noted, his tone matter of fact. "Just remember that it can be a double-edged sword." "I know," Naruto said, his voice steady. "But if I can use it to protect everyone, then it's worth it." Sakura, walking a few paces ahead, turned back to face them. "As long as we're together, we can face anything. We've always balanced each other out." The trio continued onward, their bond stronger than ever. However, Naruto's thoughts drifted back to the rogue leader's words, about awakening powers beyond comprehension. It made him wonder what other dangers lay in wait, hidden in the shadows. Upon reaching the village, they were greeted by a sense of normalcy. The villagers went about their evening routines, unaware of the danger that had lurked just outside their gates. Naruto felt a pang of responsibility for their safety, reminding him why he had fought so hard. After reporting to the Hokage, Tsunade praised their efforts. You did well. But this is only the beginning, she warned, her expression serious. We need to be prepared for more attacks. The rogue shinobi may not be the only group with nefarious intentions. Do you think they're working with anyone else? Sakura asked. Concern etched across her face. It's possible. Tsunade replied. We'll need to increase patrols and ensure our defenses are secure. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. I want you three to work with the other teams to gather intelligence on any unusual activity. Got it. Naruto said, feeling a sense of purpose. Now, get some rest. Tsunade instructed. You'll need your strength for what's to come. As they left the Hokage's office, Naruto turned to his teammates. I think we should train some more. If there are more enemies out there, we can't let our guard down. Sounds good. Sasuke agreed. We need to prepare for anything. The following days turned into an intense training regimen, each member of the team pushing themselves beyond their limits. Naruto focused on honing his control over his dark magic, while Sasuke practiced his Sharingan and advanced jutsu. Sakura worked tirelessly on her healing abilities and combat techniques, determined to become a stronger asset for the team. One afternoon, during a training session, Naruto felt an unusual surge of energy coursing through him. He stopped mid-strike, eyes narrowing as shadows began to swirl around him, pulsing with intensity. Hey, Naruto. Sakura called out, breaking his concentration. Are you okay? He hesitated, feeling the darkness rise within him, a power hungry for release. I feel something strong. Sasuke stepped closer, watching Naruto carefully. What's happening? I'm not sure, Naruto admitted, the shadows dancing around him. It's like the power is calling to me, wanting me to tap into it. Then embrace it, Sasuke encouraged, his tone steady. Use it, but keep control. Taking a deep breath, Naruto focused, allowing the shadows to envelop him, embracing the power that surged within. He felt himself being pulled deeper into the darkness, a whirlpool of energy that threatened to consume him. But instead of succumbing to it, he drew strength from the shadows, shaping them into a form he could wield. Dark magic. Shadow armor. He shouted, and a suit of dark energy formed around him, enhancing his physical abilities and providing an added layer of protection. Wow! Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. That looks amazing. Sasuke smirked, impressed. Now you're really harnessing that power. Just remember to maintain your focus. With the armor now encasing him, Naruto felt invincible. He charged at a nearby training dummy, striking with newfound strength. The dummy shattered under the force of his blow, leaving a lasting impression of his power. This is incredible, he shouted, feeling the rush of energy course through him. As the training continued, Naruto found himself drawn more and more to his dark magic. He began to experiment with different forms, crafting weapons and shields out of pure shadow energy. Each day brought new discoveries, and with each new technique, he felt himself growing stronger. However, a part of him remained vigilant, knowing that with great power came even greater responsibility. The lessons from his past weighed heavily on his mind, reminding him of the dangers of losing himself to the darkness. During one training session, Sasuke confronted him, concern etched on his face. Naruto, you need to be careful. I can see you getting lost in the shadows. Don't forget who you are. I won't. Naruto replied, determination in his voice. I'm using this power to protect everyone. I won't let it control me. Just stay true to yourself, Sasuke urged, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. You're more than just the darkness. You have a light inside you that guides you. Days passed, and the village began to settle back into a rhythm. But Naruto could still feel the unease lingering in the air. He sensed that another confrontation was imminent, and he was determined to be ready. One evening, as they trained under the setting sun, a distant rumble echoed through the valley. It shook the ground beneath their feet, sending a wave of alarm through the team. What was that? Sakura exclaimed, looking around frantically. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, a frown forming on his face. It's coming from the outskirts of the village. Let's check it out. With quickened steps, they rushed toward the source of the disturbance, the tension palpable in the air. As they approached, Naruto felt the shadows flickering around him, sensing the approach of danger. When they arrived, a group of rogue shinobi emerged from the tree line, their numbers greater than before. The leader stood at the forefront, a malevolent grin spreading across his face. "Looks like we've caught you in the open, Naruto Uzumaki," he taunted, his voice dripping with malice. "You may have thwarted our last attempt, but we've grown stronger, and now you'll pay for interfering with our plans." Naruto's heart raced as he stepped forward, determination shining in his eyes. "We won't let you get away with this. We'll stop you here and now." The rogue leader raised his hand, signaling his men, then prepared to be crushed. As chaos erupted around them, Naruto felt the shadows rise within him, a familiar surge of power igniting his spirit. "Let's show them what we're made of," he shouted, summoning his shadow clones, ready to defend his village once again. The battle commenced, jutsu clashing against jutsu as the rogue shinobi charged forward. Naruto unleashed his dark magic, enveloping the battlefield in a swirl of shadows. He fought alongside his teammates, each of them moving in perfect synchronization, their bonds and training evident in their every maneuver. Sasuke darted through the chaos, striking with precision as he unleashed his elemental jutsu, while Sakura provided support, healing any injuries sustained in the fight. Together, they were a formidable force, determined to protect their home. But as the battle wore on, Naruto noticed something unsettling. The rogue leader was not just commanding his men. He was channeling dark energy, growing stronger with each passing moment. "Don't underestimate him," Sasuke shouted, barely dodging an incoming attack. "He's not fighting fair." Naruto gritted his teeth, determination igniting within him. He couldn't let the rogue leader overwhelm them. "We need to take him down." With a deep breath, he called upon the full extent of his dark magic, feeling the shadows swirl around him, amplifying his power. "Dark magic! Shadow Phoenix!" he roared, and a massive bird made of shadows burst forth, soaring toward the rogue leader. The rogue leader smirked, raising his hand to counter the attack. "You think that will work against me?" But as the Shadow Phoenix collided with his dark energy, an explosion of power erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. Naruto felt the surge of energy wash over him, empowering him as he stood tall against the chaos. "Now's our chance," he shouted, rallying his teammates. "Let's finish this." With renewed vigor, Naruto charged forward, unleashing a flurry of shadow-infused attacks, each blow striking true. Sasuke and Sakura followed closely behind, combining their efforts in a synchronized assault that pushed the rogue leader to his limits. As the fight raged on, Naruto felt the tide beginning to turn. With each moment, they grew closer to victory, the rogue leader faltering under the combined strength of their attacks. But as Naruto prepared for a final strike, he caught a glimpse of something in the corner of his eye, a shadow moving with unnatural speed. Before he could react, a figure burst from the darkness, lunging toward him with blinding ferocity. "Naruto, watch out!" Sasuke shouted, but it was too late. The figure struck with incredible force, sending Naruto sprawling to the ground. Dazed, he struggled to regain his bearings, but the world around him blurred, the sounds of battle fading as darkness began to encroach on his vision. "Get up!" he heard Sakura's voice, distant and urgent. "You can't let them win." With a surge of determination, Naruto pushed himself back to his feet, drawing on the power within him. The darkness swirled around, beckoning him closer. But he resisted its pull, focusing instead on the light that guided him. "You won't take me down," he shouted, channeling all his strength into one final attack. Dark magic. Eclipse Blade. A massive blade of shadow energy materialized in his hands, its presence a testament to his resolve. With a fierce cry, he charged at the rogue leader, intent on ending the battle once and for all. As he closed the distance, the rogue leader smirked, confident in his ability to counter the attack. But Naruto could feel the light within him flaring brighter, a reminder of the bonds he fought for. "Together!" he shouted, calling for his teammates to join him. Sasuke and Sakura rallied behind him, their energy combining with his as they struck with unwavering resolve. In that moment, the darkness transformed. becoming a beacon of hope that shattered the shadowy facade surrounding the rogue leader. The combined force of their attack surged forward, overwhelming the rogue leader as his dark power crumbled under their unity. "No! This isn't possible!" he screamed, desperation filling his voice. But it was too late. The attack collided with him, exploding in a brilliant burst of energy that illuminated the battlefield. As the dust settled, Naruto stood victorious, breathing heavily but filled with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He had faced the darkness and emerged stronger, not just in power but in spirit. He turned to his teammates, who stood beside him, weary but resolute. "We did it," he said, a grin spreading across his face. "Yeah, we did." Sakura beamed, her eyes shining with pride. Sasuke nodded, a rare smile forming on his lips. "But we need to stay vigilant. This isn't the end." Naruto's heart swelled with determination as he looked toward the horizon. He had embraced the darkness, learned to wield it, but he knew he could never forget the importance of light. "Together, we can face anything," he declared, his voice filled with conviction. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Naruto understood that this was only the beginning of his journey. With his friends by his side and the strength of the shadows within him, he was ready to carve a path toward the future, one filled with challenges, growth, and the unwavering bonds of friendship. As Naruto and his friends stood amidst the remnants of the battle, the weight of their victory began to settle in. The rogue shinobi had been defeated, but the shadows of uncertainty still loomed overhead, a constant reminder that danger could return at any moment. The villagers soon arrived, drawn by the commotion and the lingering energy from the fight. Murmurs of admiration and relief rippled through the crowd as they witnessed the trio standing tall, triumphant yet weary. "Thank you, Naruto. Thank you, Sasuke. Thank you, Sakura," one villager called out, his voice filled with gratitude. Another chimed in, "You've saved us once again." Naruto felt a sense of pride swell within him, but it was quickly tempered by the realization that their victory had come at a cost. He glanced around at the remnants of the battle, scorched earth, broken trees, and the lingering presence of darkness that seemed to cling to the air. "We should head back to the Hokage's office," Sasuke suggested, breaking through his thoughts. "We need to report what we learned about their plans and prepare for future threats." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, his expression serious. "Let's make sure the village is safe." Upon returning to the Hokage's office, they found Tsunade waiting, concern etched on her face. The atmosphere was heavy, and Naruto could sense the tension in the air. "What's the situation?" Tsunade asked, her tone commanding. "Another group of rogue shinobi attacked the village," Naruto explained, his voice steady. "We managed to stop them, but their leader was channeling dark energy. It seems there's a larger network behind these attacks." Sasuke stepped forward, crossing his arms. "We believe they're trying to harness forbidden jutsu and dark magic for their own purposes. They were working on something big." Tsunade's expression hardened as she processed the information. "We can't allow this to continue. We need to increase our security and form alliances with nearby villages. If they're gathering power, we need to be prepared for the worst. I'll lead a team to investigate any suspicious activity," Sakura offered, determination shining in her eyes. Naruto nodded in agreement. "We should also strengthen our training. If they're getting stronger, we need to be ready to fight back." Tsunade looked at them with appreciation. "I'm glad to see your resolve. I'll send out a message to the other villages. We need to gather information and prepare our defenses." As they discussed strategies and contingencies, Naruto felt a fire igniting within him. The power he had embraced, the dark magic, was still new, and he was eager to continue honing it. He had a feeling it would be vital in the battles to come. The following days were a whirlwind of activity. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura trained rigorously, pushing their limits as they prepared for any potential threats. The village buzzed with tension, but also with a sense of unity, as the villagers rallied around their protectors. During training sessions, Naruto experimented with his dark magic, discovering new techniques and abilities. He found he could manipulate shadows to create weapons, shields, and even portals for rapid movement. Each time he tapped into that power, He felt a sense of exhilaration, but also a flicker of doubt. Would he be able to control it completely? Or would he fall victim to its allure? One evening, as they trained under the stars, Naruto decided to confide in his friends. "I've been feeling this constant pull toward the darkness," he admitted, his voice laced with uncertainty. "What if I lose control? What if I become like them?" Sasuke turned to him, his expression serious. "You won't. You have us. We'll make sure you stay grounded. Embracing the darkness doesn't mean you have to lose yourself in it." "Yeah," Sakura chimed in, her eyes sparkling with encouragement. "You've always fought for what's right. Naruto. Just remember that it's a part of you. But it doesn't define you." Naruto took a deep breath, feeling a sense of comfort wash over him. "Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it." As the days turned into weeks, the tension in the village escalated. Reports of rogue shinobi movements were becoming more frequent, and it was clear that the threat was growing. Naruto and his team were on high alert, but they continued to train diligently, knowing that they would need every ounce of strength to face what lay ahead. One day, while training in the forest, Naruto felt an unfamiliar presence lurking nearby. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, an energy that felt twisted, chaotic, and dark. "Do you feel that?" he asked, pausing mid-training session. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, scanning the surroundings. "Yeah, it's coming from over there." Without hesitation, the trio moved in the direction of the energy, instincts guiding them. As they approached, they discovered a clearing where a strange ritual was taking place. Dark figures surrounded a makeshift altar, chanting in an unknown language as an ominous energy crackled in the air. "There they are," Sasuke whispered, recognizing them as the rogue shinobi they had encountered before. "We have to stop them," Naruto urged, the dark magic within him flaring in response to the chaotic energy. "We can't let them complete whatever they're doing." The rogue leader from before stood at the center of the altar, raising his hands as dark energy spiraled around him. "With this ritual, we will awaken the power of the ancient shadows. Nothing can stop us now." Naruto's heart raced at the words. "We can't let that happen. Let's go." As they charged into the clearing, Naruto summoned his shadow clones, each one equipped with weapons made from dark energy. The rogue shinobi turned, surprise etched on their faces as the three heroes launched into battle. "Stop them," the rogue leader commanded, desperation creeping into his voice. "Don't let them interfere." The air filled with the sounds of combat as Naruto unleashed his dark magic, sending waves of shadow energy crashing against the rogue shinobi. He fought with a fury that stemmed from a desire to protect his village and his friends. "Shadow Blade," he shouted, forming a dark sword and cutting through the ranks of rogue shinobi. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, darting through the chaos as he unleashed his lightning-infused jutsu. "Stay focused. We have to take out their leader." Sakura provided support, using her healing abilities to keep them in fighting shape. "I'll take care of any injuries. Just keep pushing forward." As the battle raged on, Naruto could feel the dark energy from the altar intensifying. The rogue leader was drawing power from the ritual, and if they didn't act fast, they could face a catastrophe unlike anything they had ever encountered. "Let's finish this," Naruto shouted, channeling his energy into one final attack. Dark magic. Shadow eclipse. A massive wave of darkness erupted from him, sweeping across the clearing. The rogue shinobi struggled against the force, but it was too late. The energy engulfed the altar, disrupting the ritual and shattering the connection the rogue leader had to the shadows. "No? This can't be happening," the leader screamed, panic evident in his eyes. In that moment, Naruto felt a surge of power unlike anything before. The dark magic responded to his will, growing stronger as he focused on his intent. "We're not letting you take this village." With a final push, the energy surged forward, colliding with the rogue leader and shattering his control over the dark magic. The altar erupted in a blinding flash of light, the dark figures dissipating as the rogue leader was thrown back, defeated. As the dust settled, Naruto stood panting, his body trembling from the exertion. He had faced the darkness once again, but this time, he had emerged victorious. Sasuke and Sakura joined him, both looking equally drained but triumphant. "We did it," Naruto said, a sense of relief washing over him. Yeah. But we need to be careful, Sasuke reminded him, glancing around. This isn't over. There are still more out there. Sakura nodded, concern filling her eyes. We need to stay vigilant. We can't let our guard down. As they made their way back to the village, Naruto felt a sense of purpose reignite within him. He had embraced the darkness, wielded it as a weapon, and emerged stronger than ever. But he also understood that the true power lay not just in the shadows, but in the bonds he shared with his friends. Together, they would face whatever challenges awaited them, united in their resolve to protect the village they loved. And with each battle, each trial, they would grow stronger, not just as individuals, but as a team, forever intertwined in the light and dark that defined their paths. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura returned to the village, the atmosphere was heavy with anticipation. The events of the battle were fresh in their minds, and they could feel the weight of their victory mingling with the anxiety of what lay ahead. The villagers greeted them with gratitude, their faces a mix of relief and lingering fear. The trio headed straight to the Hokage's office, where Tsunade was already awaiting their report. She looked up from her desk, concern etched across her features as they entered. Thank goodness you're back, she said, her voice steady despite the underlying tension. What happened out there? Naruto stepped forward, recounting the events of the battle. We found the rogue shinobi performing a ritual to awaken ancient dark powers. We disrupted it and defeated their leader. But I have a feeling this isn't the end of their plans. Tsunade nodded, her expression serious. I feared as much. We need to act quickly. Gather all available intel on rogue activities in neighboring villages. They may be planning a larger attack. Sasuke crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought. I can lead a team to investigate further. If we can track their movements, we can prevent them from regrouping. Good idea, Tsunade replied. But be cautious. We don't know the full extent of their capabilities, especially if they're tapping into forbidden jutsu. I won't risk any unnecessary lives. Naruto felt the familiar surge of determination rise within him. I'll join you, Sasuke. We can cover more ground together. Sakura interjected, and I'll stay here to help the villagers recover and prepare. They'll need medical support and reassurance after everything they've been through. Tsunade smiled, appreciating their commitment. Let's work together to ensure the village remains safe. We're stronger as a unit, and I have no doubt that you will all rise to the challenge. That night, as the moon cast a silver glow over the hidden leaf village, Naruto sat on the roof of his home, contemplating the events that had transpired. He could still feel the echoes of the dark magic within him, thrumming with potential. Why do I feel this connection to it? He murmured to himself, staring up at the stars. Am I really strong enough to control it? In that moment of introspection, a shadow detached itself from the night, revealing a figure. It was Kurama, the Nine Tails, appearing beside him. You're questioning your power again, aren't you? Naruto sighed, running a hand through his hair. I guess I am. This dark magic, it feels different. I can't ignore it. But what if I end up losing control? Kurama's crimson eyes narrowed. You faced far worse than mere shadows, Naruto. Remember who you are. You are not defined by the darkness you wield but by the choices you make with that power. Control it, and you will harness its strength. Right? Naruto replied, his resolve slowly solidifying. I just need to focus on protecting the village and my friends. Kurama nodded, a hint of pride in his gaze. Then embrace your path. But never lose sight of what truly matters. That is your true strength. The following morning, Naruto and Sasuke set off to investigate the rogue activities. They traveled through the forest, their senses heightened as they moved with purpose. What's our strategy? Sasuke asked, glancing at Naruto. We should be cautious. We don't know how many rogue shinobi might be out here. We can split up to cover more ground, Naruto suggested. I'll check the northern perimeter, and you take the south. If you find anything suspicious, use a signal jutsu to alert me. Sasuke nodded, the plan solidifying their focus. Stay alert. We need to find out if they're planning another attack. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Naruto tapped into his dark magic, allowing shadows to swirl around him. He felt an unfamiliar exhilaration in utilizing the power, weaving through the trees with heightened speed. The forest was eerily quiet, the atmosphere thick with tension. As he navigated through the underbrush, he sensed a familiar energy, a presence he had encountered before. Not again, he muttered, recalling the rogue leader's ominous aura. Suddenly, he spotted movement ahead, dark figures congregating in a clearing, shrouded in shadow. Without hesitation, he concealed himself behind a tree, observing their actions. The rogue shinobi were gathered around a stone tablet, chanting in unison. Flickers of dark energy pulsed from the tablet, casting an unsettling glow over the clearing. Looks like they're at it again, Naruto whispered to himself. I have to stop them. He reached for his kunai but hesitated, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the tablet. Charging in recklessly could lead to disaster, especially without Sasuke's support. He closed his eyes, focusing on the shadows. I can't act alone. I need to assess the situation first. As he concentrated, he felt the darkness within him respond, amplifying his senses. The rogue shinobi continued their ritual, their energy intertwining with the tablet. Something big is happening, Naruto realized. Heart racing. I need to find a way to disrupt their ceremony. Meanwhile, Sasuke was scouting the southern perimeter, honing his Sharingan to catch any signs of the rogue shinobi. He spotted one lurking behind a tree, seemingly unaware of his presence. With a swift movement, he activated his jutsu. Fire style. Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Sasuke whispered, releasing a barrage of fireballs that illuminated the area. The rogue shinobi barely had time to react before being engulfed in flames. Sasuke quickly moved in to interrogate the shinobi, knowing the information could be crucial. Who sent you? Sasuke demanded, his voice low and menacing. What are you planning? The rogue coughed, attempting to shield himself from the flames. We seek the power of the ancient shadows. It's almost ours. Sasuke tightened his grip, leaning closer. You're wasting your time. The Leaf Village will never fall to you. But before he could extract more information, a sudden roar echoed through the trees, shaking the ground beneath them. The energy pulsed even more violently, and Sasuke realized Naruto was likely in danger. I have to find him, Sasuke muttered, racing toward the source of the energy. Back in the clearing, Naruto was preparing to make his move when the ground trembled. The rogue leader, having sensed Sasuke's interference, shouted, "Stop him! We can't let them disrupt the awakening." In a swift motion, Naruto summoned his shadow clones, charging into the fray. You won't get away with this, he shouted, leading the charge. The rogue shinobi turned to face him, their eyes filled with malice. Fool! You cannot comprehend the power we're about to unleash. A battle erupted as Naruto engaged the rogue shinobi, using his shadow weapons to cut through their ranks. He felt the dark magic within him surge, pushing him to fight harder, faster. But as he fought, the energy from the tablet intensified, and he realized the consequences of their actions. They were on the verge of awakening something far more dangerous than themselves. Naruto, I'm here, Sasuke shouted as he arrived, eyes scanning the chaotic scene. We need to stop that ritual. Right. Naruto agreed, adrenaline fueling his resolve. Let's take them down together. As they fought side by side, Naruto and Sasuke unleashed a devastating combination of techniques. Sasuke's fire jutsu melded with Naruto's shadow magic, creating a fierce tempest that overwhelmed their enemies. The rogue leader's expression shifted from confidence to panic as he realized their plans were unraveling. No? You can't stop this. Naruto felt the power within him igniting, resonating with the chaotic energy surrounding them. You're right. We won't stop until we end this. With one final push, they unleashed a combined attack, a whirlwind of fire and shadows that surged toward the tablet. The energy shattered upon impact, erupting into a blinding explosion that illuminated the forest. As the dust settled, the rogue shinobi were defeated, their plans dismantled. But the remnants of dark energy still lingered in the air, a reminder of the battle they had just fought. Breathing heavily, Naruto turned to Sasuke, a sense of relief washing over him. We did it. We stopped them. Sasuke nodded. But his expression remained serious. But we need to stay vigilant. There are still threats out there. And they will come back. Naruto understood the weight of Sasuke's words. The darkness they had faced was not just a physical entity. It was a constant presence that sought to disrupt the bonds they had formed. We'll be ready, Naruto promised, determination shining in his eyes. Together, we can face whatever comes our way. As they made their way back to the village, Naruto reflected on the power he had embraced, the shadows within him. He understood that it was not something to be feared but a tool to protect those he loved. With Sasuke and Sakura by his side, he felt stronger than ever. They would face the future together, ready to defend their village and the bonds that defined them. The journey was far from over, but they would carve their path through the darkness, united in their resolve. And as the moon hung high in the sky, a new determination filled Naruto's heart, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them. The return to the Hidden Leaf Village was marked by an uneasy calm. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura approached the village gates, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the streets. The villagers were still reeling from the earlier chaos, their eyes flickering with both gratitude and fear. Naruto stepped forward, waving enthusiastically. We did it! The rogue shinobi are defeated, and the dark energy is gone. His voice, full of youthful exuberance, was met with hesitant smiles. Though relieved, the villagers still bore the scars of their recent terror. Naruto's heart sank slightly, realizing that while they had won the battle, the war against fear and darkness was far from over. As they entered the village square, Tsunade was waiting for them, flanked by Shikamaru and Ino, who had organized the villagers to aid in recovery efforts. The Hokage's stern expression softened as she saw them. You all made it back safely, she said, her voice a mix of relief and pride. I knew I could count on you. Thanks. Tsunade, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. But we can't let our guard down. There's a chance those rogue shinobi will regroup. Tsunade nodded, her brow furrowing in thought. You're right. We need to increase our patrols and keep an eye on any unusual activities in the surrounding areas. Shikamaru, I want you to lead a team to gather intel on potential threats. Got it? Shikamaru replied, his mind already strategizing. I'll get on it right away. Ino stepped closer. Concern etched across her features. What about the dark energy? Do you think it's truly gone? Naruto exchanged glances with Sasuke and Sakura. I don't know. When we disrupted their ritual, it felt like there was still some residual power left in the air. We need to stay vigilant. We'll investigate further, Sasuke added, his expression grave. We can't afford to be complacent. Good, Tsunade said, her voice firm. We need to ensure that our village remains safe. You three have already proven yourselves. I trust you'll handle this. That evening, as night fell over the village, Naruto found himself on the roof of his home once again. He stared up at the stars, reflecting on the day's events. The darkness he had encountered stirred something within him, a power he didn't fully understand. Kurama, he whispered, feeling the familiar presence of the nine tails beside him. Can you help me understand this dark energy? Kurama appeared, his eyes glinting in the moonlight. What you experienced today is just a fragment of what lies within you. Naruto. You've tapped into the shadows. But it's crucial to control it. Unchecked power can lead to chaos. Naruto nodded, determination burning in his chest. I want to learn how to control it. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to protect my friends in the village. Kurama's gaze softened. Very well. We can train together. But remember, darkness is not inherently evil. It is a tool, and you must learn to wield it wisely. Let's do it. Naruto exclaimed, feeling a rush of excitement. He closed his eyes, focusing on the dark magic within him. He envisioned the shadows swirling around him, trying to connect with the energy. As he concentrated, a dark mist began to rise from his body, swirling around him in intricate patterns. He felt the familiar energy thrumming beneath his skin, a force waiting to be unleashed. Good, Kurama encouraged. Let it flow through you, but do not let it control you. Channel that energy into something positive. Naruto took a deep breath, allowing the shadows to envelop him. He imagined them forming into shapes, morphing into solid constructs that he could manipulate. With newfound focus, he raised his hands, commanding the shadows to form a long sword. It materialized effortlessly, dark and menacing, yet under his control. Like this? He asked, testing the weight of the shadow blade in his hands. Exactly, Kurama replied, approval resonating in his voice. Now, use it. Find a target, and aim to strike with precision. Naruto spotted a nearby training dummy and charged toward it. With a swift motion, he swung the shadow blade, slicing through the dummy with ease. Awesome! He cheered, adrenaline pumping through him. I can really do this. Now, focus, Kurama said, his tone shifting. Darkness can consume you if you let it. Remember your purpose. To protect, not to destroy. Naruto nodded, grounding himself. He thought of his friends, the villagers, and everything he fought for. The shadows around him began to pulse, resonating with his emotions. With each swing of the blade, he felt more in tune with the darkness. He practiced forming various weapons, from shurikens to shields, adapting to the flow of his energy. Hours passed as he trained, the moon high in the sky, illuminating his path. But amidst the exhilaration of wielding such power, a whisper of doubt lingered in the back of his mind. The next morning, Naruto gathered with Sasuke and Sakura in the training grounds, ready to share his progress. As they met under the bright sun, Sasuke raised an eyebrow, curious about the energy radiating from Naruto. You seem different, Sasuke remarked. More confident, but also darker. It's the training, Naruto explained, glancing at the shadows around him. I've been learning to control the dark energy within me. It feels incredible. Sakura placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, her expression supportive. Just be careful. Power like that can change you if you're not careful. Naruto nodded, a flicker of concern crossing his face. I know. But I want to use it for good. To protect everyone. Let's see what you can do, Sasuke suggested, his competitive spirit igniting. Show us what you've learned. Okay. Naruto replied, excitement bubbling within him. He focused, summoning shadows to form his signature jutsu, a shadow clone. But this time, he infused it with dark energy, creating clones that shimmered with a dark aura. The clones charged forward, launching a flurry of shadow shurikens at Sasuke, who deftly dodged and retaliated with his own techniques. The training ground erupted in a flurry of movement as Naruto and Sasuke engaged in a friendly spar, while Sakura observed, her eyes wide with amazement. Wow! Naruto! She exclaimed. You've really come a long way. As the spar continued, Naruto's confidence soared. He felt more in control, each swing of his shadow weapon precise and powerful. But in the back of his mind, Kurama's warning echoed, a reminder to stay grounded. Remember your purpose. Kurama's voice reverberated within him. Do not lose yourself in the thrill of power. Sasuke landed a solid hit, causing Naruto to stumble, but he quickly regained his footing. Nice move, he said, laughing, even as he felt the competitive energy ignite between them. Thanks, but I'm just getting started, Naruto replied, determination flooding his voice. Sakura stepped in, ready to join the fray. Let's make this a team battle. She charged forward, weaving through the shadows and using her medical jutsu to create barriers of healing energy, countering Naruto's dark clones. The training continued for hours, their laughter and camaraderie filling the air. But as the sun began to set, Naruto felt a shift in the atmosphere. A sense of unease washed over him, and he could sense something stirring in the shadows. Later that evening, as the village prepared for the Festival of Lights, Naruto's unease deepened. He wandered through the bustling streets, feeling the joy of the villagers mixed with his lingering apprehension. Something doesn't feel right, he murmured, glancing around. The shadows cast by lanterns danced eerily, flickering in a way that sent a chill down his spine. As he continued to walk, he felt a sudden rush of dark energy, stronger than before. He turned sharply, scanning the area. What's happening? Suddenly, he spotted a figure emerging from the shadows, a rogue shinobi, cloaked in darkness, standing atop a nearby roof. The figure's eyes glowed with malicious intent. And Naruto felt a chill run through him. "Did you think you could stop us?" The rogue sneered, their voice dripping with disdain. "You've only delayed the inevitable." "Who are you?" Naruto shouted, drawing the shadows around him in preparation for battle. "The shadows belong to us now. And soon. You will see the true power we possess." The rogue extended their arms, summoning tendrils of darkness that writhed and twisted in the air. Naruto felt his heart race. "I won't let you hurt anyone." With a surge of determination, he summoned his shadow weapons, ready to face the encroaching darkness. As the rogue launched an attack, Naruto responded, feeling the power of Yami Sukehiro's influence coursing through him. The battle between light and darkness had only just begun, and he was determined to fight for what he believed in. "Let's go!" he shouted, charging forward, the shadows swirling around him as he prepared to confront the threat looming over his village. The rogue shinobi unleashed a wave of dark tendrils, snaking through the air toward Naruto. He could feel the oppressive energy of the attack bearing down on him, but his determination surged like fire through his veins. The shadows around him pulsed, and he instinctively tapped into the power of Yami Sukehiro, channeling the dark energy to fortify himself. "Shadow clone jutsu," he shouted, creating a multitude of shadow clones that spread out, weaving through the rogue's tendrils. Each clone flickered in and out of existence, darting to evade the incoming attack while preparing their own counterstrike. The rogue's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of their wrist, the dark tendrils began to lash out, trying to ensnare Naruto's clones. "Foolish child. You think your little tricks can save you? Foolish? Hardly?" Naruto grinned, his confidence unshaken. "You're about to find out what I can do." With a swift movement, he transformed one of his clones into a shadow blade, its edge shimmering with dark energy. The clone swung the blade, slicing through the tendrils and sending bursts of dark energy crackling into the air. The rogue reeled back, momentarily surprised. "What is this power?" they snarled, regaining their composure. "It doesn't matter. You're still outnumbered." The remaining rogue shinobi materialized from the shadows, joining their leader. A small group had been hiding, their eyes gleaming with malice as they surrounded Naruto. "Now, let's see how you handle true darkness," the rogue leader sneered, raising their hands to summon an overwhelming wave of dark energy. Naruto could feel the pressure mounting, and fear crept into his heart. But Kurama's voice resonated in his mind. "Focus, Naruto. You must use what you've learned. Control the darkness. Don't let it control you." Nodding, Naruto took a deep breath, centering himself. "You're right," he murmured. "I can do this." As the dark energy began to descend upon him, he extended his arms, calling forth his own shadows. The tendrils of darkness twisted and writhed, merging with his own power, and he felt a surge of strength flow through him. "Shadow transformation," he shouted, and his shadows began to take shape, morphing into a massive dark dragon that loomed behind him, its scales glinting with an ethereal light. The rogue leader's eyes widened in shock. "What? How?" With a mighty roar, Naruto directed the shadow dragon forward, its form crashing into the rogue's dark wave. The collision of energies created a shockwave that rippled through the village, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. The rogue shinobi stumbled, the dark energy dispersing as Naruto's dragon surged forward, engulfing the enemy in a whirlwind of shadows. "Now's your chance, Naruto," Kurama urged, the excitement in his voice palpable. Naruto seized the moment, leaping onto the back of the shadow dragon. "Time to end this," he yelled, channeling all his energy into a single strike. The dragon roared, its mouth opening wide, and with a burst of dark energy, it unleashed a powerful beam aimed directly at the rogue leader. "No! No!" The rogue screamed, trying to form a barrier of shadows. But it was too late. The dark energy consumed them, and with a blinding flash, the rogue was engulfed. As the dust settled, Naruto stood atop the shadow dragon, panting heavily, adrenaline coursing through him. He looked around, seeing the defeated rogue shinobi scattered and incapacitated, their dark energy dissipating into the night air. But his victory was short-lived. As the echoes of battle faded, he noticed something stirring within the shadows. A flicker of energy, darker and more sinister than before, began to rise from where the rogue leader had fallen. It coiled and writhed, forming a twisted figure that looked all too familiar. "Did you think you could defeat me so easily?" The voice dripped with malice as the figure emerged, cloaked in darkness. The rogue leader had somehow survived, their body transformed and infused with a more potent dark energy. You should be defeated," Naruto exclaimed, his voice shaking. "Foolish child," the rogue hissed, their eyes glowing ominously. "You've merely awakened a greater darkness. I will consume you." Naruto felt a wave of dread wash over him. The battle was not over. With his heart racing, he took a defensive stance, shadows swirling around him, readying himself for the next onslaught. "I won't let you hurt anyone else," he declared, determination surging within him. The darkness within him pulsed in response, a sign that he was not alone in this fight. The rogue charged forward, tendrils extending from their body, lashing out at Naruto. He narrowly dodged the first strike, feeling the air whoosh past him as the shadows whipped dangerously close. "Kurama," he shouted, seeking guidance. "What do I do?" "Draw on your strength, Naruto," Kurama replied, calm and focused. "You must combine your power with your will. You have the ability to become stronger than any darkness that threatens you." Nodding, Naruto focused on his emotions. He thought of his friends, the bonds he had forged, and the village he was determined to protect. The shadows around him began to shift, responding to his will. "Shadow fusion," he yelled, channeling all of his energy into the dark tendrils, merging his power with the shadows in a way he had never attempted before. The air crackled with energy as he formed a shield of darkness, wrapping it around himself like armor. The rogue's tendrils collided with Naruto's shield, creating an explosion of energy that lit up the night sky. But Naruto stood firm, the shadows bending but not breaking around him. "You think that will save you?" the rogue growled, fury lighting their features. "I will break you." With a surge of energy, Naruto unleashed the full force of his shadow shield, launching a counterattack that sent shockwaves through the area. "I won't be broken," he shouted, pushing forward. "You're the one who will be defeated." He charged, the shadows enveloping him as he pressed the attack. The rogue leader unleashed another wave of dark tendrils. But this time, Naruto was ready. He spun, using the momentum to propel himself higher into the air. "Shadow flash," he cried, transforming into a bolt of dark energy that sliced through the rogue's attack, cutting it down as he barreled toward his opponent. The rogue's eyes widened in shock. But it was too late. Naruto collided with them, the impact echoing like thunder. The darkness exploded around them, sending both combatants crashing to the ground. As the dust settled, Naruto struggled to his feet, feeling the weight of exhaustion bear down on him. He looked at the rogue, who lay battered and defeated on the ground, their dark aura flickering like a dying flame. "I won't kill you," Naruto declared, panting heavily. "But I'll make sure you can't hurt anyone again." The rogue leader's eyes widened in fear and anger. "You think this is over? Darkness will always return?" Naruto shook his head, a fierce resolve settling in his chest. "I'll be ready for it. As long as I have my friends by my side, I won't let darkness win." With a wave of his hand, Naruto summoned the shadows to bind the rogue shinobi, preventing any chance of escape. As he returned to the village, the moon illuminated the path ahead, casting a soft glow on the faces of the villagers who had gathered to watch the battle. They looked on with a mixture of awe and relief, and Naruto felt a surge of pride swell within him. He had faced darkness and emerged stronger, not just in power, but in spirit. The weight of his new abilities felt both heavy and liberating. He understood now that wielding such power came with great responsibility. Sasuke and Sakura approached him, their expressions a blend of concern and admiration. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Sakura asked, her voice laced with worry. "That was insane." "Yeah. You took on that rogue like it was nothing," Sasuke added, his tone begrudgingly impressed. "But don't push yourself too hard." Naruto grinned, his spirit unbroken. "I'm fine. And I learned a lot. This darkness, it's powerful. But I can control it. I won't let it consume me. Just be careful," Sakura said, placing a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to do this alone. I know, Naruto replied, looking at his friends with gratitude. And I won't. We're in this together. No matter what comes next. As they made their way back into the village, Naruto felt a sense of purpose welling up inside him. The darkness might return, but so would he, stronger and ready to fight for his loved ones. With the festival lights twinkling around them, Naruto's heart swelled with determination. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he was prepared to face them, side by side with his friends, wielding both the light and darkness as his allies. As the celebration began to fill the village with laughter and joy, Naruto felt a renewed sense of hope. The festival was a reminder of the bonds he had forged and the community he cherished. Lanterns swayed gently in the breeze, illuminating the faces of friends and family, all gathered to celebrate their victories and shared moments. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura walked through the bustling streets, the aroma of food wafting through the air. Vendors called out cheerfully, enticing villagers to sample their delicious treats. Children ran around, their laughter ringing out like music, bringing warmth to Naruto's heart. Hey, how about some dango? Naruto suggested, eyeing a vendor's stall overflowing with colorful skewers. His stomach growled at the sight, reminding him that he hadn't eaten since the confrontation. Of course, you'd be thinking about food. Sasuke smirked, shaking his head. You never change. Naruto grinned back, his eyes sparkling with mischief. You should try it, too. It's amazing. Sakura rolled her eyes playfully but smiled nonetheless. Alright, let's get some. After everything that happened, we deserve a break. As they approached the dango stand, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The shadows felt heavier, lingering at the edges of his vision, and a chill ran down his spine. His newfound powers connected him to the darkness in a way he hadn't anticipated, making him more attuned to its presence. Hey, are you alright? Sakura asked, noticing his sudden stillness. You seem distracted. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto replied, forcing a smile. Just thinking about what happened earlier. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. You're worried about the rogue, aren't you? It's not over yet. Naruto nodded, his gaze drifting to the horizon where the darkened sky met the village. I can feel it. There's still a presence out there. And it's not just from that rogue. Something else is coming. As the words left his mouth, the ground beneath them trembled slightly. Naruto's instincts kicked in, and he instinctively reached for the shadows around him, channeling his energy as a protective barrier. The villagers around them gasped, and the festive atmosphere shifted into one of confusion and concern. What's happening? Someone shouted, eyes wide with fear. I don't know, Naruto exclaimed, scanning the area for the source of the disturbance. But we need to get everyone to safety. Before he could take action, a figure emerged from the shadows at the edge of the village. A cloaked individual stepped forward, their face obscured by a hood, but an aura of dark energy surrounded them. The familiar sensation of dread washed over Naruto. Another rogue? Sasuke muttered, his hand moving toward his kunai pouch. They just keep coming. The figure raised their hands, and the shadows around them coiled like snakes, ready to strike. Foolish villagers. You've been protected for too long. It's time for the darkness to reclaim what is rightfully ours. Naruto's heart raced as he stepped forward, determination blazing in his eyes. You won't hurt anyone here. I'll stop you. Stop me? The cloaked figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the night. You think you can challenge me? You are nothing but a child playing with shadows. Maybe, Naruto replied, his voice steady. But I'm not alone. With a swift motion, he summoned his shadow dragon, its form erupting from the darkness behind him. The villagers gasped in awe and fear as the massive creature roared, its scales shimmering ominously under the festival lights. Stay back, Naruto commanded, the dragon poised to protect the villagers. I'll take care of this. Pitiful. The figure scoffed, extending their arms. You think that beast can stand against the true darkness? With a flick of their wrist, they unleashed a torrent of dark energy, the shadows swirling violently toward Naruto. But Naruto stood firm, channeling his energy into the shadow dragon. Dark reflection, he shouted, and the dragon surged forward, its own dark energy clashing with the rogue's attack. The two energies collided with a deafening crash, illuminating the night sky with a burst of light and darkness. The ground shook beneath them as Naruto felt the immense power of his dragon as it pushed against the onslaught. "I can do this!" he shouted, summoning more of his willpower. Shadow fusion. The dragon absorbed the shadows around them, growing larger and more powerful, its form swirling with a mix of dark energy and Naruto's determination. "Now, let's see what you've got." The cloaked figure narrowed their eyes, fury flashing across their face. "You think you can surpass me? I am the embodiment of darkness." As they prepared to launch another attack, Naruto pushed forward, the dragon roaring and spiraling around the figure. "No more games." Shadow burst. He yelled, directing the dragon to unleash a powerful blast of energy. The figure raised their hands to shield themselves, but the sheer force of the attack sent them crashing to the ground. The explosion lit up the village, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. As the dust settled, Naruto's heart raced with adrenaline. He stood tall, his breath coming in heavy gasps as he scanned the area for any signs of movement. The cloaked figure slowly rose, their expression twisted with anger. "You think you've won? This is just the beginning." With that, they disappeared into a swirling mass of shadows, leaving behind a lingering darkness that hung heavily in the air. "Where did they go?" Sasuke asked, eyes sharp and focused. "I don't know," Naruto admitted, his heart sinking. "But we need to be ready. They'll be back." Sakura stepped forward, determination shining in her eyes. "Then we train. We'll become stronger together. And we won't let them harm anyone else." Naruto nodded, feeling a sense of camaraderie and support from his friends. "Right? We'll face whatever darkness comes our way." As they turned back to the village, the festival continued. But the atmosphere had shifted. The laughter now mingled with caution, and the villagers looked to Naruto and his friends for reassurance. "Don't worry," Naruto called out, raising his fist in the air. "We'll protect you. As long as we stand together, darkness doesn't stand a chance." The villagers cheered, their spirits lifted by Naruto's words. But as he looked up at the night sky, he couldn't shake the feeling that the real battle was just beginning. The shadows were gathering, and he had to be ready to confront them. That night, as Naruto lay in bed, he reflected on the events that had unfolded. The power of Yami Sukehiro coursed through him, a reminder of the potential he now possessed. But with that power came a weight he hadn't anticipated, the responsibility to protect those he loved. He could feel Kurama's presence beside him, the fox's voice echoing in his mind. "You're growing stronger, Naruto. But remember, strength isn't just about power. It's about knowing when to use it." Naruto nodded, determination blooming within him. "I won't let you down, Kurama. I'll master this power and use it for good." With those thoughts in mind, he drifted into a restless sleep, his dreams filled with shadows and light, preparing him for the challenges that lay ahead. The following morning dawned with a golden hue spilling across the village of Konoha, illuminating the remnants of the festival. Lanterns swayed gently in the soft breeze, and the laughter of children echoed in the distance. Naruto awoke with a renewed sense of purpose, ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As he dressed, he reflected on the power he had awakened. The darkness he had tapped into felt foreign yet exhilarating, a tool he needed to master. He remembered Yami Sukehiro's abilities, the manipulation of shadows, the power of darkness at his fingertips. "I can do this," he murmured to himself, determination hardening his resolve. Once outside, Naruto found the village bustling with life. Vendors were beginning to clean up from the festivities, while others set up for the day's business. However, the atmosphere felt different. Whispers filled the air as villagers exchanged concerned glances, a palpable tension lingering over them. "Hey, Naruto," a familiar voice called, breaking him from his thoughts. He turned to see Sakura running toward him, her face flushed with excitement and worry. "Are you okay? I heard what happened last night." "Yeah, I'm fine," he replied, a reassuring smile on his face. "Just trying to get my head around everything. We should meet up with Sasuke and train," she suggested, her eyes filled with determination. "We can't let that rogue catch us off guard again." Naruto nodded in agreement. Right. We need to be stronger. Let's find him. As they made their way to the training grounds, Naruto felt the familiar rush of energy surging through him, reminding him of his connection to the shadows. He concentrated, summoning a small shadow clone to his side. The clone materialized, a flicker of dark energy enveloping it. Let's see what I can do, he said, feeling the power ebb and flow within him. Shadow training. With a swift motion, he directed the clone to create a shadow dragon, its form emerging from the ground, scales shimmering with dark energy. The dragon roared to life, swirling around them with a grace that filled Naruto with pride. Wow, that's amazing, Sakura exclaimed, her eyes wide with awe. You've really tapped into something incredible. Thanks. But I still need to get better, Naruto replied, focusing on the dragon as it circled above him. I can feel more power waiting to be unleashed. As they reached the training grounds, they found Sasuke already practicing, his shuriken slicing through the air with precision. He paused as they approached, raising an eyebrow. You two are late. What were you doing? Just getting some practice in, Naruto said, a grin plastered on his face. Check this out. With a flourish, he summoned the shadow dragon, which descended gracefully to the ground, a testament to the power he was learning to control. Sasuke watched, his expression shifting from curiosity to concern. Be careful with that power, he warned. It can be overwhelming if you lose control. I know, Naruto replied, his excitement bubbling over. But I feel like I can manage it. Just look at how powerful this dragon is. All right, Sasuke said, crossing his arms. Let's see if you can use that power effectively. We're going to train, and I expect you to keep up. Naruto nodded, determination coursing through him. The three of them began their training session, pushing each other to their limits. As they sparred, Naruto felt the synergy of their teamwork, their movements flowing like water. Shadow clone jutsu, he shouted, summoning multiple clones to aid him in battle. Each clone flickered with dark energy, the shadows intertwining as they engaged Sasuke and Sakura. Sasuke moved gracefully, dodging Naruto's attacks, while Sakura used her healing abilities to support them both. They worked in harmony, their friendship a binding force that made them stronger. Nice moves. But you're still too predictable, Sasuke taunted as he dodged another strike from Naruto. Yeah? Well, I've got something new to try, Naruto declared, focusing his energy. The shadows around him thickened, swirling into a vortex. Shadow barrage. With a wave of his hand, he launched a barrage of shadow-infused projectiles towards Sasuke. The attack was fast and relentless, pushing Sasuke to his limits as he countered with his own jutsu. Not bad, Sasuke admitted, his tone begrudgingly respectful. But you need to work on your accuracy, as the training continued. Naruto felt the bond between them strengthen. With every clash, he could sense the shadows growing more familiar, less foreign. He was learning to wield this power, to make it his own. After hours of training, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the training grounds. The three friends collapsed onto the grass, panting and exhausted. Today was intense, Sakura said, brushing the sweat from her brow. But I think we made progress. Yeah. Especially you, Naruto, Sasuke added, his tone softening slightly. Your control over that power is getting better. Just keep your head on straight. Thanks, guys, Naruto replied, a smile breaking across his face. I couldn't have done it without you. As they sat together, sharing stories and laughter, a shadow flickered at the edge of the training grounds, unnoticed by the trio. A figure cloaked in darkness observed, their expression hidden but their intentions clear. Naruto felt a tingle at the back of his mind. A warning. Do you guys feel that? He asked, suddenly alert. What? Sakura replied, her brow furrowed in confusion. Something's off, he said, scanning the surroundings. The familiar presence of danger was creeping back, its tendrils curling around the edges of his senses. Before they could react, the figure emerged from the shadows, their form cloaked and intimidating. You've grown stronger, Naruto Uzumaki, the figure said, their voice dripping with malice. But you are still just a child playing with forces beyond your comprehension. Naruto stood, adrenaline flooding his veins. Who are you? He demanded, fists clenched at his sides. What do you want? I am the harbinger of darkness. And I have come to reclaim what you've taken. The figure's hands glowed with dark energy. A storm brewing around them. No one's taking anything from me. Naruto shouted, his own shadows rising to meet the challenge. I'll protect my village. As the tension crackled in the air, Sasuke and Sakura moved to stand beside Naruto. Their expressions resolute. The bond of friendship surged within him, giving him strength. Let's show them what we can do. Naruto exclaimed, channeling the energy of the shadows into his very being. Together, Sasuke and Sakura echoed, and the three of them surged forward, ready to face the darkness that threatened their world. The battle that ensued was fierce. The clash of light and dark illuminating the training grounds. Naruto felt the power of Yami Sukehiro coursing through him, guiding him as he weaved through the shadows and launched attacks. Shadow Dragon, he shouted, summoning the massive creature to ensnare their opponent. The dragon roared, its form twisting and turning as it engaged with the cloaked figure. Foolish child. You think your shadows can stop me? The figure laughed, countering with a wave of dark energy that sent Naruto stumbling back. But as Naruto recovered, he realized that this darkness could be wielded against itself. Shadow Reflection, he shouted, channeling his energy into a barrier that absorbed the incoming attack, redirecting it back at their foe. The figure faltered, caught off guard by the sudden surge of power. What? How are you, now, Sasuke? Naruto shouted, and Sasuke moved in with swift precision, launching a series of shuriken that found their mark. Now, Sakura, he called, and she followed up with a healing jutsu, amplifying their strength and reinforcing Naruto's resolve. With renewed energy, Naruto focused, calling forth the essence of Yami Sukehiro once more. Shadow Fusion. The shadows around him coalesced into a massive, swirling storm, wrapping around him and his friends. Together, we are stronger, he declared, and with a united force, they unleashed a powerful wave of energy toward their adversary. The figure screamed in rage as the combined attack struck, the darkness dissolving around them. This isn't over, they bellowed, their form dissipating into shadows before vanishing entirely. Breathing heavily, Naruto and his friends stood in silence, the aftermath of the battle settling around them. We did it, Naruto said, his voice barely above a whisper. Yeah, Sasuke replied, a hint of respect in his tone. But we need to stay vigilant. More darkness will come. Sakura nodded in agreement. We need to train harder. We can't let our guard down. As they made their way back to the village, Naruto felt a sense of fulfillment and purpose. He was learning to harness the power of Yami Sukehiro. But more importantly, he was forging unbreakable bonds with his friends. They would face whatever darkness came their way, together. As night fell, Naruto gazed up at the stars, a sense of calm washing over him. He knew the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but he was ready to confront them, to protect his home and the people he loved. Tomorrow, he whispered to the night, I'll be even stronger. As dawn broke over Konoha, the sun bathed the village in warm light, dispelling the remnants of the previous night's darkness. Naruto rose with a sense of renewed vigor, determined to further master the powers he had begun to wield. He dressed quickly, his mind buzzing with strategies and techniques he wished to explore. After a hasty breakfast, he stepped outside, inhaling the crisp morning air. The village felt alive, the sounds of merchants setting up their stalls and children laughing echoing around him. Yet, beneath this cheerful facade, Naruto sensed a lingering tension. Whispers about the mysterious figure from last night still floated among the villagers. Hey, Naruto, a familiar voice called, breaking his thoughts. He turned to see Sasuke approaching, his expression serious. You ready for some more training? Absolutely, Naruto replied, a grin spreading across his face. I want to perfect that shadow fusion technique. We've got to be ready for anything. As they walked toward the training grounds, Naruto shared his thoughts about his newfound abilities. I can feel the shadows responding to me more and more. It's like they're a part of me now, he explained. Sasuke nodded, his brow furrowing in concentration. That's good. But remember that power can corrupt. Keep your mind clear and don't lose sight of what's important. Naruto waved off the caution. I get it. But I won't let it control me. I'm stronger with it. And I'll use that strength to protect everyone. Just keep that in mind. Sasuke replied, glancing at Naruto sideways. You're not alone in this. We're all in this together. They arrived at the training grounds, where Sakura was already waiting, practicing her chakra control. Hey, you two, ready for some serious training? She called out, excitement evident in her voice. Let's do it. Naruto replied, his energy infectious. The trio began their training with a warm-up, practicing their individual techniques. Sasuke focused on his Sharingan, honing his reflexes while Sakura worked on her healing abilities, ensuring she could support them during battles. Naruto, however, was consumed with the shadows, pushing himself to summon the Shadow Dragon with greater precision. Shadow Dragon, he shouted, and the ethereal creature emerged, coiling around him with a life of its own. He could feel the dark energy resonating within him, a thrill coursing through his veins. Nice. But try to maintain better control over its movements, Sasuke instructed. You don't want it to act on its own during a fight, right? Naruto concentrated, directing the dragon with subtle movements of his hands. The dragon twisted gracefully through the air, responding to his commands with newfound fluidity. This is getting easier. As they continued their training, Naruto felt the shadows around him growing denser, almost as if they were alive, reacting to his emotions. I think I can make the dragon even stronger, he said, excitement bubbling within him. I just need to push it a bit further. Be careful, Sakura warned, her tone laced with concern. You don't want to lose control. Naruto nodded, his determination unwavering. I can handle it. He focused all his energy, summoning the darkest parts of his abilities. Shadow fusion, he yelled, and the dragon exploded in a whirlwind of dark energy, merging with Naruto's own shadow. The shadows writhed around him, swirling in a chaotic dance. Suddenly, a surge of power flooded his senses, and Naruto gasped as he felt the shadows enveloping him, pulling him into a deeper realm of his newfound abilities. He was lost in the energy, the darkness swirling around him like a tempest. Focus, he told himself, attempting to regain control. I can do this. But the shadows were relentless, urging him to let go, to succumb to their power. No, I won't let you take me, he shouted defiantly, pushing against the force. Just then, Sasuke and Sakura, sensing something was wrong, rushed to his side. Naruto, Sasuke called, reaching out to him. Hold on. With their support, Naruto felt a flicker of hope. He channeled his connection with his friends, recalling their shared moments of strength and resilience. I'm not alone, he realized, his voice steadying. I can control this. Drawing on their bond, he pushed back against the shadows, commanding them to submit to his will. Shadow control, he yelled, and with a fierce determination, he managed to rein in the chaotic energy. The shadows obeyed, swirling around him but no longer threatening to consume him. Instead, they became extensions of his will, responding to his commands with grace. I did it, he exclaimed, exhilarated by the victory. See? I knew you could handle it. Sakura cheered, relief flooding her voice. Sasuke nodded, crossing his arms. But you need to be careful with that level of power. Don't let it overwhelm you again. I won't, Naruto promised, breathing heavily but with a triumphant grin on his face. I'll keep practicing until I can control it perfectly. As they resumed their training, the sun began to dip lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the grounds. They worked tirelessly, refining their techniques and honing their abilities, each movement drawing them closer together. But as the day wore on, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that the darkness they had faced was not yet behind them. The shadows held secrets, and he felt a pull to uncover what lay hidden within. After a final round of training, they gathered in a circle to discuss their progress. You're getting stronger, Naruto, Sakura said, pride shining in her eyes. But we should keep an eye out for that cloaked figure. Yeah, Naruto replied, his expression turning serious. I don't like the idea of them lurking around. I want to be ready for whatever comes next." As if on cue, a flicker of movement caught his eye, and the trio turned to see a shadow darting between the trees at the edge of the training ground. "Did you see that?" Naruto exclaimed, pointing in the direction of the movement. "Let's check it out," Sasuke suggested, his tone shifting into a focused demeanor. They approached cautiously, their senses heightened. As they neared the tree line, they heard a low, mocking laugh echoing through the trees. "Isn't this precious? The little heroes come to play," a voice taunted, smooth and dripping with disdain. "Show yourself," Naruto shouted, his fists clenched tightly. The shadowy figure stepped into view, the same cloaked presence they had faced before. "You think you can control the shadows? You are nothing but a child playing with fire," the figure sneered, the darkness swirling around them like a living entity. "I won't let you intimidate us," Naruto declared, stepping forward with confidence. "I've learned to wield this power, and I won't back down." The figure's laughter echoed again, chilling Naruto to the bone. "You think you can stop me? I am but a harbinger of what is to come. The darkness will swallow this world whole, and you are merely a blip in my path." Sasuke and Sakura positioned themselves beside Naruto, their determination unwavering. "We'll take you on together," Sasuke declared, his eyes narrowing. "Right? We won't let you harm anyone," Sakura added, her fists clenched in defiance. The cloaked figure tilted their head, amusement dancing in their eyes. "Very well. Let's see how long you can last." Before Naruto could react, the figure unleashed a wave of darkness, and the trio braced themselves. "Shadow Dragon," Naruto shouted, summoning his powerful creature as a shield against the incoming attack. The dragon roared to life, absorbing the dark energy and retaliating with its own fierce strikes. Sasuke launched a series of shuriken while Sakura used her healing chakra to bolster Naruto's stamina. The clash of light and dark erupted around them, creating a whirlwind of energy. Naruto felt the shadows responding to his will, guiding him as he fought alongside his friends. "We can't let them win," he shouted, channeling his energy into the dragon. "Let's show them our true strength." The battle raged on, shadows and light colliding in a cacophony of power. Naruto felt the adrenaline surging through him, fueling his resolve. He could sense the darkness trying to envelop him again, but he pushed it aside, focusing on the bond he shared with his friends. As the fight intensified, Naruto began to tap deeper into his connection with Yami's power, understanding that it was not merely a tool but a reflection of his own strength. "Shadow fusion," he called out once more, drawing the shadows closer, merging them with his own energy. The dragon erupted into a massive tempest, swirling around them, illuminating the battlefield with an otherworldly glow. "Now! Together!" he commanded, his voice echoing in the chaos. With a united front, they launched their combined attack at the figure, the tempest of shadows and light surging forward with unstoppable force. The figure, caught off guard, barely had time to react. "No! This can't be!" they shouted, the darkness collapsing around them as the energy struck true. The impact created a shockwave that rippled through the air, sending the figure staggering back. They clutched at their cloak, eyes wide with disbelief. You're stronger than I thought. Don't underestimate us," Naruto shouted, his spirit ignited. "We're going to protect our village." With a final surge of energy, they charged forward, shadows swirling in a beautiful dance of light and dark. Together, they pushed the figure back, driving them into the depths of the forest. As the last remnants of the figure faded into the shadows, the trio stood victorious, breathing heavily but united. "We did it," Naruto exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration. Sasuke smirked, a rare smile breaking through his usual stoicism. "Of course we did. We're a team." Sakura nodded, beaming with pride. "But we need to stay vigilant. They won't give up easily." "Agreed," Naruto said, his expression shifting into one of determination. "I'll keep training to master this power. I won't let darkness take over." As the sun began to set, casting an orange glow over the village, the three friends made their way back home, knowing that their journey was far from over. With newfound strength and unwavering bonds, They would face whatever challenges lay ahead, ready to embrace the shadows and wield them as their own. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the tranquil evening settled over Konoha. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura made their way back through the familiar streets, the day's events lingering in their minds. The thrill of victory pulsed in their veins, but a sense of unease nestled in the back of Naruto's mind. "Do you think we really drove that figure away?" Naruto asked, his brow furrowed as they walked through the village square, now bustling with evening activity. "Probably," Sasuke replied, crossing his arms thoughtfully. "But I wouldn't underestimate them. They're clearly powerful and have some connection to the shadows." "Yeah. And they mentioned something about darkness swallowing the world," Sakura added, her expression turning serious. "That can't be good. Whatever it is, we'll be ready for it," Naruto declared, his resolve hardening. "I'll train harder. I can feel that power growing inside me, and I know I can control it." Sasuke nodded. "Just remember, strength isn't everything. You need to be strategic. Especially if we face someone like that again." "Right," Naruto said, his determination unwavering. "I'll work on my strategy as well as my power." The trio reached Naruto's apartment, and he waved goodbye to his friends, stepping inside with a mix of excitement and apprehension. He had a lot to think about, and his mind raced as he paced the small space. Sitting down at his desk, he pulled out a notepad and began jotting down ideas for his training. He sketched out his shadow dragon technique, considering how he could enhance it further. The connection he felt with Yami's powers inspired him, and he was determined to push his limits. Just as he began to immerse himself in his thoughts, a knock at the door interrupted him. "Hey, Naruto. It's me." It was Sakura. "Come in," he called, eager to share his thoughts. As she stepped inside, he noticed a look of concern on her face. "What's wrong?" he asked, his heart racing slightly. "I wanted to talk about what happened today," she began, taking a seat across from him. "I know we won, but I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched." Naruto felt a chill run down his spine. "You think they're still out there?" "I do," she replied, her voice steady. "We need to stay alert. I'm worried they might try to come after us again, especially after we disrupted whatever plans they have." "I won't let that happen," Naruto vowed, his eyes fierce. "If they come back, we'll be ready." Sakura smiled, appreciating his spirit. "I know we will. But let's not just focus on training. We should also gather information. We need to know more about our enemy." Naruto nodded, realizing the truth in her words. "You're right. We should talk to the Hokage tomorrow. Maybe she has some intel on this." "Good idea," Sakura agreed, standing up. "I'll join you. It's important we're on the same page." "Thanks, Sakura," Naruto said, feeling a sense of camaraderie wash over him. "We're in this together, no matter what." After their discussion, Sakura left, and Naruto resumed his training. But the focus was different now. Instead of just refining his powers, he began to think more critically about his abilities and how they could fit into a broader strategy. That night, as he lay in bed, sleep eluded him. His mind raced with thoughts of the cloaked figure and the shadows that seemed to echo with a sinister promise. Was there more to the darkness than he realized? Was Yami's power a blessing or a curse? He drifted into a restless sleep, his dreams filled with images of swirling shadows and echoes of the figure's mocking laughter. The deeper he fell into slumber, the more he felt himself drawn toward a void, a dark place that felt oddly familiar yet foreign. The dream realm. Naruto found himself standing in an endless expanse of darkness, a thick fog swirling around him. He sensed a presence nearby, a powerful energy that felt both inviting and foreboding. "Is anyone there?" he called out, his voice echoing through the void. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a man clad in dark armor. A grin spread across his face as he stepped forward. "Welcome, young one," the figure said, his voice smooth and rich with authority. "I've been waiting for you." "Who are you?" Naruto demanded, instinctively taking a defensive stance. The figure chuckled softly. "I am the Shadow Sage. The one who walks the line between light and darkness. You've awakened my powers within you, and for that, I commend you. What do you want from me?" Naruto challenged, his heart racing. "I'm not afraid of you. Ah, brave and bold. But you must understand, the power you wield is not merely for combat. It is a tool for balance, for understanding the world around you." The shadow sage moved closer, the darkness swirling around him like a cloak. "You've touched a part of this world that many fear to approach. Balance?" Naruto echoed, confused. "What do you mean? Light and dark are two sides of the same coin. Young ninja. You must learn to embrace both if you wish to wield true power." The sage extended his hand, and a sphere of shadow appeared, pulsating with energy. "This is your opportunity to understand the depths of your abilities. Will you take it?" Naruto hesitated. He felt the weight of the offer, knowing that diving deeper into the shadows could change everything. But he couldn't ignore the potential it held for protecting his friends and village. "I will," he said resolutely, stepping forward. The shadow sage smiled. "Very well. Embrace the shadows and let them guide you. You will face trials. But through those trials, you will find your true self." As Naruto reached out to touch the sphere, a surge of energy enveloped him, and he felt himself being pulled into the darkness. A whirlwind of power swirling around him. Images flashed before his eyes. Visions of battles, of allies and enemies, of light fighting against the encroaching shadows. "Remember," the sage's voice echoed as the darkness closed in. "Strength without understanding leads to destruction. Find the balance." Awakening with a gasp, Naruto jolted awake, drenched in sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. He sat up, breathing heavily as he recalled the dream. The words of the shadow sage echoed in his mind. Strength without understanding leads to destruction. Determined to uncover the truth behind that dream, Naruto quickly got dressed and made his way out into the early morning light. Today would be different. Today, he would not only train his body but also his mind and spirit. He arrived at the training ground early, eager to begin. The air was cool, and a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the trees around him. As he prepared himself, he reflected on the shadow sage's words. "Balance," he muttered to himself. "Light and darkness." With renewed focus, he began his training routine. Alternating between physical exercises and meditative practices to connect with his inner self, he visualized the balance between light and shadow, exploring how each could enhance his abilities. He practiced the shadow dragon summon, channeling not only his chakra but also the energy of the darkness that had now become a part of him. As he focused, he felt a shift, the dragon manifesting with even greater clarity and strength. "Let's go, Shadow Dragon," he called out, commanding the dragon to take flight. The creature soared into the sky, its form more defined, its power resonating with Naruto's own. As he trained, he noticed something different about the shadows around him. They felt alive, swirling in a dance of energy that matched his movements. He began to push himself, incorporating the lessons from his dream, allowing the shadows to enhance his techniques rather than just serve as a weapon. "Shadow fusion," he shouted, and this time, the dragon intertwined with him, merging their energies in a beautiful display of light and dark. He felt powerful and in control, every part of him working in harmony. "Great job, Naruto," came a voice from behind him. He turned to see Sakura and Sasuke arriving, ready for another day of training. "What are you doing?" Sakura asked, her eyes wide with amazement. "I'm learning to control the shadows," Naruto explained, his excitement evident. "I had this incredible dream about finding balance between light and darkness." "That sounds intense," Sasuke said, nodding. "But be careful. The power you're tapping into is dangerous." "I know," Naruto replied, determination in his eyes. "But I can't let fear hold me back. I need this power to protect everyone. Just don't forget that you're not alone," Sakura reminded him, placing a hand on his shoulder. "We're all here to help you." "Yeah," Sasuke added, crossing his arms. "We'll face whatever comes next together." The trio shared a moment of camaraderie, their bond strengthening as they prepared to train together. They split into their respective practices, each focusing on their skills while Naruto continued to refine his understanding of his powers. Throughout the day, Naruto felt the shadows ebb and flow around him, their energy harmonizing with his own. He tested the limits of his abilities, pushing himself to summon the shadow dragon with increasing power and precision. As evening approached, they gathered together, sweaty and tired but exhilarated from the day's training. "I can't believe how much progress you've made, Naruto," Sakura said, her eyes sparkling with pride. "I feel like I'm just scratching the surface," he replied, a grin spreading across his face. "This power is incredible." Sasuke regarded him thoughtfully. "Just remember to keep your head clear. The more powerful you become, the more you'll attract attention." "I know," Naruto said, nodding seriously. "I'll stay vigilant." As they made their way back to the village, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow across Konoha. The peaceful atmosphere provided a moment of respite. But deep down, Naruto felt the stirrings of anticipation for what lay ahead. With the shadow power awakening within him, he knew that challenges awaited, but he also felt a surge of hope. Together with his friends, they would confront whatever darkness dared to rise against them. And in that fight, he would find the true meaning of strength. As the stars twinkled to life in the night sky above Konoha, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that the tranquil evening was merely the calm before a storm. Despite the camaraderie and training he shared with Sasuke and Sakura, a shadow of uncertainty lingered at the edge of his mind. The next morning, Naruto awoke with renewed determination. He quickly dressed, fueling his resolve with thoughts of the powerful dream that had opened his eyes to the balance between light and darkness. He had to continue honing his skills. Today, he would seek out the Hokage and learn more about the dark figure they had encountered. After a hearty breakfast, Naruto rushed to the Hokage's office, the familiar sights of the village igniting his spirit. As he approached the towering structure, he felt a buzz of excitement mixed with anxiety. What if the Hokage had information that could change everything? "Hey, Lady Tsunade," he called out as he entered the office, finding her buried under stacks of paperwork. She looked up, her expression shifting from annoyance to curiosity. "What is it, Naruto? You know I'm busy." "I know, but it's important," he insisted, stepping closer. "We encountered this dark figure yesterday, and I think it's connected to something bigger. I've also been training, and I want to understand what we're up against." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "A dark figure, you say? Describe it." Naruto explained the encounter in detail, highlighting the figure's connection to shadows and its ominous words about darkness swallowing the world. As he spoke, Tsunade listened intently, her expression becoming more serious. "This is troubling," she said once he finished. "There have been whispers in the village about a growing darkness. It's not just isolated incidents. Several shinobi have reported strange occurrences and shadow-like figures appearing at night." "Strange occurrences? Like what?" Naruto asked, a knot forming in his stomach. "Disappearances, unexplained phenomena, things that defy our understanding of chakra and its flow," Tsunade replied, tapping her fingers against the desk thoughtfully. "I believe it's linked to a cult that worships the power of shadows. They seek to plunge the world into darkness to harness the energy for their own purposes." "That sounds terrifying," Naruto exclaimed, gripping the edge of the desk. "What can we do?" Tsunade leaned back, considering the best course of action. "First, I need you to gather more information. Talk to the villagers. See if anyone has noticed anything strange. I'll send a few Anbu out to investigate as well. But we need all eyes on this." Naruto nodded, determination flooding his veins. "You can count on me, Lady Tsunade." "Good. I'll also reach out to Sakura and Sasuke. If this is as serious as I suspect, we'll need all of you working together." As Naruto left the office, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. The path ahead was filled with uncertainty, but he wouldn't back down. He had his friends at his side, and with the power of shadows awakening within him, he felt ready to confront whatever lay ahead. Gathering information the rest of the day was a whirlwind of activity. Naruto raced through the village, stopping at various shops and asking villagers if they had seen anything unusual. Most were dismissive, chalking it up to old tales or the imaginations of children. But a few shared unsettling stories. One shopkeeper, an older woman, spoke hesitantly. "There's been a chill in the air at night, dear. I swear I saw a shadow move across my window last week. It wasn't like anything I've seen before." Naruto listened intently, jotting down notes as she spoke. "What do you think it was?" "I don't know," she replied, her voice trembling slightly. "But it felt wrong. As if it were watching me. I've kept my curtains drawn ever since." Determined to piece together the puzzle, Naruto thanked her and continued his search. He approached another villager, an elderly man sitting on a bench. "Excuse me, sir. Have you noticed anything strange lately? Any shadows or dark figures?" The man's eyes widened slightly. "Now that you mention it, I have seen some odd things. I was out fishing by the river one night, and I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the water. When I turned back, it was gone. It felt unnatural. Thanks for sharing, sir," Naruto said, scribbling down the details. He felt a sense of urgency. These reports were becoming more frequent and disturbing. After a long day of gathering information, Naruto met up with Sasuke and Sakura at their training grounds. They regrouped to share what they had learned. "Any luck?" Sasuke asked, leaning against a tree. "I talked to a few villagers," Naruto replied, his voice filled with intensity. "They've seen shadowy figures and felt a strange chill in the air. It's like there's something lurking just beyond our sight." Sakura frowned. Concern etched across her features. "This is worse than I thought. If it's a cult, they could be planning something catastrophic. We need to prepare ourselves," Sasuke said, crossing his arms. "If they're targeting the village, we can't let them succeed." Naruto's eyes gleamed with determination. "Then let's train harder. We can't afford to be caught off guard." The trio spent the next few hours training, each pushing their limits. Naruto focused on refining his shadow dragon technique, experimenting with different methods to harness the shadows while maintaining control. He could feel the balance of light and dark growing within him, but he needed to master it fully before facing any potential threats. As the sun set, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Naruto sensed a shift in the atmosphere. The village felt eerily quiet, and he couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. "Sasuke, Sakura," he said suddenly, his heart racing. "Do you feel that?" They paused, their gazes scanning the surroundings. "It's like the air is thicker," Sakura murmured, her brows furrowing. "I don't like it," Sasuke added, shifting into a more defensive stance. "Stay alert." In that moment, the shadows around them began to flicker and dance, coiling as if alive. A dark figure emerged from the trees, cloaked in a swirling mist that seemed to absorb all light around it. The figure's features were obscured, but a chilling aura radiated from them, sending a wave of unease through the trio. "Look!" Naruto shouted, stepping forward. "Who are you?" The figure chuckled softly, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. "Ah, the young ninja who has awakened the shadows. I've been waiting for you." "Waiting for us?" Sakura echoed, her voice filled with both defiance and fear. "What do you want?" The figure stepped closer, and as it did, the shadows around them thickened, obscuring the area further. "I come as a harbinger of what is to come. Darkness is rising, and you will soon understand the true nature of power." Naruto's fists clenched, his determination flaring. "I won't let you harm my village. We'll stop whatever you're planning." The figure smiled, a malevolent grin that sent a chill through the air. "You're brave, but courage alone won't save you. Embrace the shadows, or you will be consumed by them." With that, the figure surged forward, shadows swirling around them, and Naruto could feel the energy pulsing as he prepared for battle. "Let's do this." Battle of shadows. The dark figure lunged at Naruto, shadows slicing through the air like blades. Instinctively, he summoned his shadow dragon, its form erupting from the ground in a flurry of darkness and light. "Shadow dragon, protect me!" The dragon roared to life, swirling around him and deflecting the oncoming attack. The clash of energy illuminated the clearing, the force of their powers creating a shockwave that knocked Sakura and Sasuke back. "Stay back!" Naruto shouted, his voice filled with urgency. He focused on channeling the shadows, trying to maintain control despite the overwhelming energy. "I can handle this." Sasuke sprang to his feet, his Sharingan activated as he prepared to join the fight. "I'll cover you, Naruto. Just keep that thing busy." "Right," Naruto replied, his eyes locked onto the dark figure. Let's go. With a roar, the shadow dragon lunged at the figure, claws outstretched. The figure evaded, moving with a speed that was unsettling, shadows flowing like water around them. You think this power can save you? You are merely playing with shadows? Naruto felt a surge of anger at the taunt. No. I'm learning to control them. He called upon the darkness, weaving it into the air around him. Shadow chains. Dark tendrils shot out, attempting to ensnare the figure. They struck true, wrapping around the figure's limbs and pulling tight. Foolish child. The figure laughed, struggling against the chains. You do not understand the true nature of shadows. Suddenly, the chains shattered, and the figure lunged toward Naruto, dark energy crackling in their hands. You cannot hold me. Naruto. Watch out. Sakura shouted, but it was too late. The figure unleashed a wave of shadows, engulfing Naruto and sending him flying backward. He hit the ground hard, feeling the impact jolt through his body. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself up, his determination burning brightly. Is that all you've got? He yelled, his voice echoing with defiance. I won't give up. Summoning every ounce of strength, Naruto felt the shadows within him surge. He could sense Yami's power resonating in his veins, the strength of the darkness and the determination of the light melding together. Shadow Dragon, he shouted, channeling the energy into the dragon's form. The creature roared again, growing larger and more ferocious. As Naruto stepped forward, the shadows swirling around him, amplifying his resolve. You will not take my village, he declared, charging at the figure once more. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a barrage of shadow-infused strikes, each one crackling with energy. The dark figure reeled, momentarily caught off guard. This isn't over. I'm just getting started. Naruto replied, his confidence surging. As he fought, he felt the shadows bending to his will, becoming extensions of his own strength. In that moment, he realized that embracing both light and darkness was the key to his power. He would not succumb to fear. He would become the master of his fate. With a final roar, he launched himself at the figure, ready to confront whatever awaited them in the battle of shadows. As Naruto launched himself toward the dark figure, he felt an exhilarating rush of energy coursing through him. Shadows coiled around his limbs, amplifying his speed and strength as he propelled himself forward. The dark figure, momentarily taken aback by Naruto's ferocity, quickly regained its composure, and a smirk spread across its obscured face. You're more resilient than I anticipated, the figure said, its voice smooth yet dripping with disdain. But resilience alone won't save you from the shadows. Naruto tightened his fists, ready to unleash everything he had. I'm not afraid of you. I faced worse than some shadowy wannabe. With a powerful kick, he summoned the shadow dragon to his side, and together they charged at the figure. As they closed in, Naruto focused his chakra, channeling it into the dragon's form. Shadow Dragon. Let's show them what we've got. The dragon roared in response, its jaws opening wide as it unleashed a torrent of shadow energy. The dark figure, however, seemed unfazed. It raised its hands, and a barrier of swirling shadows formed around it, absorbing the brunt of the attack. You'll have to do better than that, it taunted, the shadows swirling ominously around its body. Naruto gritted his teeth. Fine. Let's turn up the heat. He concentrated, pushing his chakra further, drawing upon the darkness within him. Shadow Barrage. Dark orbs of energy erupted from his hands, each one zipping toward the figure with deadly precision. The figure deflected some of the orbs with ease, but a few found their mark, exploding against the shadowy barrier. Impressive, but not enough. It hissed, its eyes narrowing. Seeing the figure distracted, Sasuke leapt into action. Now, Naruto. He flicked his wrist, and a wave of fire erupted from his hands, merging with Naruto's shadow attacks. Fire style. Fireball Jutsu. The combined assault struck the figure, causing the barrier to crack and sputter. What? This is impossible, it shouted, its confidence wavering. Now's our chance. Sakura yelled, summoning her own chakra. She charged forward, her fists glowing with healing energy that transformed into a barrage of green light. Let's finish this. As Sakura joined the fray, Naruto felt the bond between them strengthen. They were a team, and together, they could overcome any obstacle. With renewed determination, he shouted, "Shadow Dragon! Let's finish this!" The dragon surged forward, its jaws snapping with ferocity as it bore down on the dark figure. The figure, now visibly panicked, struggled to maintain its barrier. Just as the dragon was about to strike, Naruto focused all his energy into one final attack. "Shadow Dragon's Wrath!" he cried, channeling every ounce of chakra into the dragon. The creature roared, transforming into a colossal shadowy beast, its form radiating dark energy as it lunged at the figure. The dark figure's eyes widened in horror. "No, this cannot be." The impact was cataclysmic. Shadows exploded in all directions, engulfing the clearing in darkness. Naruto felt the surge of energy wash over him as he unleashed his full potential, the power of Yami Sukehiro blending seamlessly with his own. As the dust began to settle, Naruto staggered back, panting heavily. He looked around, searching for the figure. But all that remained was a swirling mass of shadows dissipating into the night. "Did we get it?" Sakura asked, her voice trembling slightly. "I think so," Naruto replied, a mix of relief and exhaustion washing over him. "But we need to stay alert. It might come back." Sasuke scanned the area, his expression serious. "We should report this to Tsunade. If this figure was connected to the cult, they may not be done yet." "Right," Naruto said, determination reigniting within him. "We'll gather the information and find out what they're planning." The aftermath. The trio made their way back to the village, the weight of their encounter settling heavily on their shoulders. As they approached the Hokage's office, Naruto's mind raced with questions. Who was that figure? What were they truly after? And how was it connected to the darkness threatening their village? Inside the office, they found Tsunade reviewing more paperwork, her expression grave as they entered. "What happened out there?" she demanded, her tone serious. Naruto wasted no time, recounting the encounter in detail, from the dark figure's taunts to their desperate battle. As he spoke, Tsunade's expression shifted from curiosity to concern. "This is more serious than I thought," she said, her voice heavy with realization. "If they're actively trying to plunge the world into darkness, we need to gather more intel on their activities and intentions. This cult won't stop until they achieve their goal." Sasuke stepped forward, his gaze unwavering. "We need to track down any leads we can find. If they have members in the village, we need to flush them out." "Agreed," Tsunade replied, nodding. "We'll need to increase security around the village and keep an eye out for suspicious behavior. In the meantime, I want you three to investigate the surrounding areas for any signs of their presence." Naruto felt a surge of responsibility. "We'll do whatever it takes to protect the village, Lady Tsunade." "Good. But remember, you're not just dealing with the shadows. You're dealing with those who wield them," Tsunade warned. "Stay vigilant and trust in each other." With that, the trio left the office, determination etched across their faces. The path ahead would be filled with challenges, but together, they would confront the darkness threatening their home. Gathering allies over the next few days, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura worked tirelessly to gather information about the cult. They spoke to villagers, keeping an eye out for anything that seemed off. With each passing day, the atmosphere in Konoha felt more tense, and whispers of shadows began to circulate among the villagers. On the 5th day of their investigation, they decided to visit the training grounds to discuss their findings. As they gathered under the shade of a large tree, Sakura looked particularly worried. "I've heard rumors that some villagers have started disappearing at night," she said, her voice heavy with concern. "Disappearing?" Naruto echoed, his stomach nodding at the thought. "We have to do something. We can't let this continue." "I agree," Sasuke replied, arms crossed. "But we need a solid plan. If this cult is behind the disappearances, they'll likely be more prepared for us now that they know we're onto them. Maybe we can gather a few more allies," Naruto suggested. "If we reach out to other shinobi, we'll have a better chance of taking them down." "Good idea," Sakura nodded, her expression brightening. "We should talk to Kakashi, Gaara, and maybe even some of the other Jonin." As they planned, Naruto's mind drifted back to the dark figure they had fought. Despite their victory, he couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't truly defeated. He sensed a deeper connection to the shadows than he had realized, and it scared him. The call for help that evening, the trio met with Kakashi in the Hokage's office, where he sat casually, flipping through a novel. Upon hearing their concerns, he set the book down, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "This cult sounds dangerous," he said, his tone contemplative. "I've heard similar reports from other villages. Shadows are not to be trifled with. We need to gather as many allies as we can." Naruto nodded fervently. "We were thinking of reaching out to Gaara and the other Jonin for help." "Good idea," Kakashi replied, a smile creeping onto his face. "The more shinobi we have, the better chance we stand. I'll contact Gaara myself, and I'll reach out to the other cage as well." "Thanks, Kakashi," Naruto said, feeling a sense of hope rising within him. "With everyone working together, we can face whatever comes our way." As they discussed their strategy, a knock at the door interrupted them. Tsunade entered, a stern expression on her face. "We have a problem." "What is it?" Sasuke asked, his voice tense. "There have been confirmed sightings of shadow figures near the outskirts of the village. I need you three to investigate immediately," Tsunade ordered, her voice commanding. "On it," Naruto replied, his resolve solidifying. "We'll get to the bottom of this." Into the darkness the trio raced toward the outskirts, their senses heightened as they navigated the familiar paths of Konoha. As they approached the area where the sightings had occurred, a sense of foreboding washed over them. "Stay alert," Sasuke warned, scanning the shadows cast by the trees. "This feels wrong." Suddenly, the air grew colder, and a dense fog enveloped the area. Shadows danced along the ground, forming dark shapes that slithered through the mist. Naruto's heart raced as he tightened his grip on his kunai. "What's happening?" Sakura whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Before they could react, the shadows coalesced into a familiar form. The dark figure they had fought days ago. "You've come to play," it taunted, its voice smooth yet menacing. "How delightful. Get away from here," Naruto shouted, stepping forward, determination burning in his chest. "We won't let you take anyone else." The figure laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the fog. "Foolish child. You think you can stop me? The darkness is eternal. Not if we have anything to say about it," Sasuke declared, stepping beside Naruto. "We'll end this once and for all." With a surge of chakra, Naruto tapped into the power of Yami Sukehiro. Shadows swirled around him, forming into dark blades that glimmered ominously. "Let's do this," he shouted, charging forward alongside Sasuke and Sakura, ready to confront the darkness once more. The showdown as they charged. The dark figure raised its hand, summoning tendrils of shadows that lashed out toward them. "You'll regret challenging the shadows." Naruto deftly dodged, channeling the darkness within him. "Shadow slice." He sent forth the dark blades, slicing through the shadow tendrils. Sasuke followed suit, unleashing a barrage of shuriken imbued with his lightning chakra. Chidori. The blades surged with electricity, illuminating the fog for a brief moment as they struck true. Sakura joined the fray, her fists glowing with healing energy that transformed into powerful strikes against the dark figure. "We won't let you win." The figure stumbled back, its confidence faltering. "You're stronger than I anticipated. But this is just the beginning." It summoned shadows from the ground, creating a wave of darkness that surged toward them. "Stay together," Naruto shouted, feeling the weight of their bonds. "We can't let it separate us." Channeling the power of Yami, Naruto yelled. Shadow Dragon's roar. The dragon erupted from him, roaring with ferocity as it clashed against the wave of darkness. The impact created a shockwave, throwing the trio back. As they steadied themselves, they saw the dark figure merge with the shadows, its form becoming indistinct. "What's it doing?" Sakura asked, fear creeping into her voice. "It's retreating," Sasuke observed, his eyes narrowing. "But it won't be gone for long. We need to finish this now." As the shadows swirled, Naruto took a deep breath. "We have to strike harder." He concentrated, feeling the shadows within him resonating with his will. Yami's shadow. Unleashed. A massive surge of dark energy exploded from him, filling the clearing with a powerful aura. The shadows reacted, swirling violently as Naruto focused his intent. I won't let the darkness win. We're stronger than this. With the energy coalescing, Naruto unleashed the power, directing it toward the figure. This ends now. The dark figure let out a blood-curdling scream as the energy surged toward it, engulfing it in a torrent of shadows. And then, with a brilliant flash of light, the darkness dissipated. The aftermath. Breathing heavily, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura stood amidst the remnants of the shadows. The fog began to lift, revealing a tranquil clearing bathed in moonlight. We did it. Sakura breathed, a sense of disbelief washing over her. Yeah, Naruto replied, his heart still racing. But we can't let our guard down. This was just one battle. Sasuke nodded, his expression thoughtful. We need to stay vigilant. The darkness may return, and we must be ready for whatever comes next. As they began their journey back to Konoha, Naruto felt a sense of purpose deep within him. He was ready to confront any challenge that lay ahead, armed with the power of Yami Sukehiro and the bonds he shared with his friends. And so, the battle against the shadows continued. But with each victory, Naruto grew stronger, ready to face the unknown with courage, determination, and the unwavering spirit of a true shinobi. As Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura made their way back to Konoha, the atmosphere felt different. The oppressive weight of the shadows had lifted, but a lingering tension remained in the air. Each step felt like a promise that they would protect their village from the darkness that sought to invade their lives. Once back at the village, they were met with a flurry of activity. Villagers bustled about, tending to their daily routines. But whispers of fear still echoed in the air. The threat of the shadow cult was not something that could be easily forgotten. The meeting. They entered the Hokage's office, where Tsunade was already gathered with a group of shinobi, including Kakashi, Gaara, and several of Konoha's elite jonin. The air crackled with tension as everyone turned to face the trio. Glad to see you back in one piece, Tsunade said, her expression a mix of relief and concern. What happened out there? Naruto stepped forward, still feeling the adrenaline coursing through him. We fought that dark figure again. It's definitely connected to the cult, and it's getting stronger. Sasuke crossed his arms, his gaze steady. We pushed it back, but it felt like it was just the tip of the iceberg. We need to prepare for more attacks. Kakashi nodded, flipping through notes. I've received reports from other villages. The shadow cult is mobilizing, and their influence seems to be spreading. Gaara. Tsunade turned to the cage. What about Sanagakure? Have you seen any signs of them? Gaara's expression was serious. We've had reports of missing persons as well. It seems they are targeting strong individuals, trying to absorb their power. Sakura frowned. They're trying to build an army, or something worse. Exactly, Tsunade said, her voice steely. We need to counteract their plans. I want you three to work with Gaara and the other cage to gather intel and come up with a strategy to deal with this cult. We can't afford to be caught off guard. Understood, Naruto replied, determination flooding his veins. We'll do whatever it takes to stop them. As the meeting continued, they discussed potential strategies and formed alliances with other villages. The more they shared, the clearer the picture became. The shadow cult was a growing threat that aimed to plunge the world into chaos, feeding off fear and despair. Training for the future. Over the next few weeks, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura trained tirelessly, honing their abilities and pushing their limits. Naruto felt the power of Yami Sukehiro resonating within him more than ever. The shadows felt like an extension of himself, and he knew he had only begun to scratch the surface of his potential. One day, while training in the forest, Naruto focused intently on controlling the shadows. He had summoned a small dragon-like shadow, but he wanted to make it bigger and more powerful. Shadow Dragon. Grow. With a concentrated effort, the shadow dragon expanded, its form becoming more defined, its eyes glowing with dark energy. Naruto poured his chakra into it, feeling the connection deepen. You're not just a technique. You're a part of me. The dragon roared in response, and Naruto felt a surge of confidence. Just then, Sasuke approached, sweat glistening on his brow. "You're getting better. But don't forget, the real battle lies ahead." Naruto grinned. "I know. I'm ready for it. We all are." Sasuke nodded, a hint of a smile crossing his lips. "Let's push each other. We need to be at our best." Sakura joined them, her energy palpable. "I've been working on my healing abilities. I want to be able to support you both in battle, no matter what happens." As they trained together, the bonds between them grew stronger, cementing their determination to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The shadows returned one evening. While Naruto was resting, a chilling sensation washed over him. Shadows crept along the walls of his apartment, dark tendrils twisting and writhing as if alive. He sprang up, heart racing. "What's happening?" The shadows thickened, swirling around him until a familiar figure emerged. It was the dark figure they had fought before, but this time it looked more powerful, more menacing. "You thought you could defeat me so easily?" it sneered, its voice dripping with malice. "Not this again?" Naruto shouted, his fists clenching. "I'll stop you once and for all." "Foolish boy," the figure mocked. "You have no idea what you're up against. The shadows are eternal, and they will consume you. Not if I can help it." Naruto felt the shadows within him stirring, ready to rise to his defense. "Shadow Dragon." He summoned the dragon. But before it could fully materialize, the dark figure unleashed a torrent of shadow energy that crashed into Naruto, sending him flying across the room. Naruto. The suddenness of the attack caught him off guard. He struggled to regain his footing, feeling the shadows threatening to engulf him. "Stay down," the figure taunted, advancing slowly. "You cannot hope to defeat me." A fight for survival, but Naruto's spirit burned brighter than ever. "I won't let you take me," he shouted, determination flooding through him. "You're nothing but a shadow." With renewed vigor, he focused on the darkness around him, channeling the power of Yami Sukehiro. "Shadow Dragon, rise." The dragon erupted into existence, roaring fiercely. And this time, it felt different, more powerful. Naruto harnessed the shadows like never before, feeling them respond to his will. "Let's show this shadow who's boss," he yelled, charging forward. The dragon lunged at the dark figure, jaws snapping. The figure, now visibly agitated, raised its hands to defend. "You think you can stop me with that? Pathetic?" Naruto leapt into the fray, the shadows swirling around him. He delivered a series of powerful punches, each strike infused with dark energy. "I'll prove you wrong." The dark figure staggered, shock apparent on its face. "How? How can you control the shadows?" "Because I'm not afraid of them," Naruto shouted, feeling the strength of his friends behind him. With a final surge, he unleashed his ultimate attack, Shadow Dragon's Fury. The dragon charged, swallowing the dark figure in a torrent of shadows and energy. The room exploded with light and darkness, the sound echoing like thunder. The aftermath of the battle as the dust settled. Naruto fell to his knees, panting heavily. The dark figure was gone, but he felt the remnants of its presence lingering in the air. Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura burst into the room, their expressions filled with concern. "We felt the surge of chakra. Are you okay?" "Yeah, I think I got it," he said, still catching his breath. "But this isn't over. It felt stronger this time. We need to be prepared." Sasuke looked serious. "The cult won't give up. We need to gather more information and find out who's behind it. They're clearly trying to manipulate the shadows to their advantage." Sakura nodded, determination blazing in her eyes. "Let's report this to Tsunade. We need to figure out what's next." As they left Naruto's apartment, the trio walked side by side, their resolve unshakable. They would uncover the truth behind the shadow cult and put an end to its reign of darkness. The gathering storm days turned into weeks as they gathered intel and prepared for the inevitable conflict. The shadow cult continued to spread its influence, leaving a trail of fear in its wake. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura remained vigilant, honing their skills and forging alliances with other shinobi. One evening, while training under the setting sun, Naruto paused, looking up at the sky. "Do you guys ever wonder what lies beyond this? Like, what if there's more to this world than we know?" Sasuke shrugged. All I know is that we need to focus on the fight ahead. Speculation won't help us now. True, Sakura replied. But a thoughtful expression crossed her face. But understanding our enemy could give us an advantage. Naruto nodded, feeling a sense of purpose swell within him. We'll figure it out together. We always do. That night, as he lay in bed, Naruto contemplated the battles to come. He could feel the shadows stirring within him, whispering promises of power and darkness. But he was determined to use that power for good. As he closed his eyes, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He was ready to face whatever challenges awaited him, armed with the strength of his friends and the power of Yami Sukehiro. The fight against the shadows was far from over, but he would stand strong, no matter what lay ahead.